when the game gets hot, I think that's where the IGL brain drain really hits, and his performance does sometimes take a dip. At the same time, though, he's got a lot of heavy hitters around him. On the other side of things, Aspas doesn't need anyone to activate him. He just activates himself.
True, that's true.
Just
that's
round 3.
Valid.
Give him an AR, let him rip.
Literally.
He's literally the kind of person that once he picks up the operator, that's when he becomes really lethal. That being said, he's been really good at taking those fights. The thing about Aspas that I like is that he's not too aggressive of a duelist to the point of where he takes a lot of those over peaks. But what I do really like is the way that Zekin and Aspas have worked together recently. Their synergy has made them so good at becoming more aggressive together, taking those peaks together. Their gameplay has been really well-rounded, and I think for Zekin and Aspas, I'm looking at them to be that dynamic duo when they are playing the double duo.
Guys, we have the option to go to an ad, but I think we can keep chatting a little bit here as we get this game going. We're just waiting on one player to throw on his headset, and then we'll be diving in. We can talk about some historic rivalries, some matches that they've had in the past, but I want to start here, Athena, about your opinion on adults with plushies, aka stuffed animals, at their workstation.
Oh, at their workstation? Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. I love it. I'm
You're
a big
pro
fan.
stuffy.
I mean, have you seen a lot of these plushies? Most of them actually have really deep meanings for these players, which is really cute. Some are given by girlfriends or wives. Some they bought when they went to some sort of global event that reminds them of home. And I think it's nice to just always have something that kind of grounds you.
So you don't see it as like a visual ball and chain?
No.
This is more of like happy, positive thoughts, reassuring comfort.
Yes.
Gifts. Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. I don't know. I saw a purple hippo up there on the desk. I was like, I don't know what's going on with my star player.
You're just mad that you don't have a plushie on your desk.
My wife has not given me a stuffed animal yet, and I'm going to request that for my 41st birthday. Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about the mojo, though. If you're looking for a swing in momentum, is there a hype man on Global Esports? Is there like an emotional leader on that squad?
I think they have several. I think Harvey and Patman are kind of the duo coming out of the Philippines that bring a lot of energy to the team. They both have a big kind of hand in the calling presence, and I think Autumn is kind of the calming presence in the team that has by far the most experience on this team. And whenever an Australian guy gets hyped in your ears, you're going to be pretty pumped up. He's going to G up the boys.
On the other side, Athena, we're taking a look at a few of the players here from MIBR. Who is my in-game leader and who is my duelist to watch that could go for that pop-off moment on camera?
Burno's going to be your in-game leader. Absolutely insane in the server, by the way. Just get ready to watch him. But in terms of duelists, you actually have two. You have Zekin and Aspas that are highly considered two of the best duelists when it comes to Americas. Obviously, nothing on Sato and Neon right now because they're kind of going crazy on Leviathan, but they're so good. You should watch them play, and I think the most important part is you should watch them and how they play together, because together they become this crazy like twin flame moment, and they just go crazy.
Get low, big time. Get low, big dog. Our friends from the Alpha stage making their way across as they are trying to get eyes on all of the action. It looks like our players are getting into this map veto in just a moment. So let's dive into this match and talk big picture. It's a best of 3 this time around here at EWC 2026. And the first ban is in. MIBR getting rid of Sunset. Fracture is out. So we are going to see some new maps today, starting with Lotus here for Global Esports. Oh, sorry. Looks like we're going to see Lotus picked by MIBR.
Yeah, I think this Lotus pick makes a lot of sense. I mean, for MIBR, they've had so much success. They actually had a 100% win rate. Granted, it was the one win on this in the past month or 2 months when they've played in Americas, when they've played in those qualifiers. They've also played it recently in the EWC qualifier against Crew, and they won it 13-7, which, if you know anything about Americas, Crew has been the team to beat on Lotus. They've always had really good protocols. So for MIBR to kind of win that game, I think it makes sense to let that through, especially seeing how for GE, they don't really have success on that map.
At the same time, though, if you go back and look at GE's history on Lotus, 3 different games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They always change comp. They even played a really crazy triple Senti comp, I think, inspired by XLG up against Paper X that didn't really go well for them over in the GM finals. So I think it's going to be hard for MIBR to have a read picking Lotus against GE, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which direction you're going to get from both of these teams. For MIBR, does seem like they're kind of considering their options here, but a deadlock does seem like a bit of a departure from what they were playing last time. At least Verno's locked in the deadlock. Over on the side of GE, though, they go a lot of different directions in terms of their comps. This time, they're going to lead into something a little bit more standard, looking with the double duelist. I mean, I'm confused because we do have the graphic around a certain way, and I do think that the comp on the right looks more like something that GE might play. Maybe not the Harbor though, and I do know that some of the Latin American players and teams do love the Harbor from time to time.
Yeah,
you have been accurate with your questioning in the past.
Yeah.
You might be onto something.
Yeah.
Athena, do you agree with this take, or can MIBR roll with the Harbor?
I think MIBR could potentially roll with the Harbor. Also, the Reyna is just, it's such a crazy pick. And I think that we've seen it have some sort of success. I think when you're playing on a map like Lotus, it takes away a lot of kind of potential. Like when you're playing a Phoenix, you have the wall, you have the flash around the corners. But the Reyna flash is just not that good in my opinion. So I am a little worried about whichever team did pick the Reyna because it's so scary.
You're saying a little bit worried. This comp is batshit. Like, honestly, what is going on, man? This is crazy.
Like and subscribe, guys.
Honestly, it has to be GE, because if it's not, MIBR have lost the plot. Like, this is a team that I've watched play a lot of double duelists and things like that.
But low-key, it might be a strat. Like, low-key, if it's MIBR, they're like, guys, we're better. Let's just run them down.
Yo, if I am the brand new coach, I'm bringing out a brand new comp, and I'm about to blow honestly, the Valorant community's mind. It is time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reyna, that
you're
really
going to
have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
what if it works?
What if it works? If it works, sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were playing ISO Harbor on Bree? Sorry, so they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's because we've had it before in the past.
Is this concern that ISO is not strong enough? Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak agents at the moment. They don't see a lot of play in the meta. There's some of the less peak duelists. I can name 4 or 5 duelists better than Arena ISO.
We should name 6 or 7 duelists.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Yeah.
There you go. Killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge.
Yeah.
I love that. I'm going to keep throwing them at you. Athena, you're a bit on the fence here, so I'm really going to make you give me a declaration.
Fence sitter.
Okay.
Who is the first to 8 rounds in this game?
MIBR.
Why?
They're, I think personally, no, they're not lucky. I think personally they have much more firepower on this team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners, as Champions winners. I can't see a world where MIBR here doesn't take it to those first 8 maps because they're just so good. And looking at the smiles of their faces, come on, the vibes are there.
Stuffed animals, breathe red strips.
You want these stuffed animals, man.
Yeah, bhai, yeah. Let's go, Global Sports, let's go. Global Sports
Not really profiling, just observing. You know, it's one of my strengths. Yeah. I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready, so I think we could be going to an ad soon, and when the match is ready to kick off, we could be diving in deeper. Production, go ahead and clarify that. In the meantime, Pilsky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
Sure. I do love an ad.
If there is a strong, like, I love watching snipers. They're the flashiest thing. If you hit a headshot, it's nearly an insta-kill almost all games. Who is the star sniper on both sides, and are there multiples that could pull it out? Because Ethan, for example, pulled out a big Marshall at times, collecting enormous rounds on the eco.
I mean, Aspas is just a star op player. For GE, they've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the Outlaw?
When am I going with the Operator?
Talk me through like how I spend my economy throughout this series.
Outlaw, anti-eco, or if you think the other team is light on cash, like if the rounds have been close, you know, they're
मेरा मानना तो
you're
यही
going to go for
Esports ही थे, Global Esports.
The Outlaw. I've seen Aspas do it, I've seen GE do it, I've seen Autumn pick it up. So that's when you're going to pick that up. Operator, yeah, Zekin, that's true. Operator in any other circumstance, you know, when you want to mix it in for a gun round.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Who on G, based on the agents, who's gonna opt, the Reyna or the ISO?
I am questioning
or the
neither.
I'm questioning whether that's the comp we're gonna see when we get in the server, because we are resetting the lobby, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So they may have.
I've got news. Ignore what we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wave could still be in the game. He could be removed. We're gonna find out, as only time will tell. We've got a whole bunch of new awesome graphics being loaded in across the board here. If you guys could see what we see, we are in the middle middle of a massive expo center downtown Paris, France, and they are building all around us. Stages are going up. We've got video walls growing, and our players are still filing in. We've got MBLL still going on, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, excuse me, and of course, this game, VALORANT, going on in week 0. Agent Select is ready. Let's dive into it and find out who our players actually want to play on our first map. Athena, remind me, what is map number 1? Where are we playing and what fits well?
Is Lotus, and I think both of these Agent Selects make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of MIBR because that Waylay hasn't really found that much success recently. It's kind of crazy that the Americas teams, we saw NRG picking that up on the Fracture and kind of struggling to find success. But I think when I'm looking at Ospas, I really like him on the Jet, and I'm a little bit worried that that first double duelist pick is going to be scary.
Yeah, I think for MIBR, this is a departure from the comp they were playing just previously in the qualifiers, but only by a little bit. I think the Waylay is the singular focus to that. For GE, as I mentioned before, they've played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They've played 3 different comps, and this is nothing surprising to see them lean into yet another different comp. Once again, though, running the double duelist, just a little bit of a different flavor. Honestly, yeah. I think what MIBR are running, though, the Waylay is going to be fantastic against the Vice. It's so easy to be able to bait out some of those setups and then just refract out. Really helps you work the map here on Lotus. Yeah,
that's very true. I think the way that they play it is really important here, and I hope they have some antis because their Neon has been really good. And immediately, right off the bat, we're going to see an aggro C play with these duelists. The Raise Nades coming in and GE just speeding up.
Autumn getting ready for the dash on in. Paint Shell's going
to guys, go back
for GE just for a moment, but the double dive on in is finding some impact. Aspas from the backside of the site, cleaned up by Yutatan. Verno, as well as the rest of MIBR, trying to force their way through Waterfall, but it's not the clean execution that they're really looking for.
Let's
goes
go.
the way of Harvey. As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on spawn side. The IGL of GE really starting to warm up. And on the other side of things, it's Verno for MIBR that has to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, GE starting really explosive, just going, contesting that fight and making sure they're able to push up. Udotan gonna get the Sheriff kill onto Verno. But yes, a pistol going the way of Global Esports. And I think for MIBR here, I mean, taking that peak is one thing, but not having a fallback plan is a little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you can't really complain, honestly. So GE are going to be quite happy about how that round went. Now into the anti-eco. Haven't fully committed to this buy. Autumn and Zavi with a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. Got the C's nade over on the A side of the map. Aspas getting active, activating that refract, and does at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some pressure, using the Prowler to clear that door, and it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR into this site. They do have a chance to re-clear, but anything that they do right now might be just a little bit too late because GE, they're already all over on the side of C about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR just stacking up where the pressure is, but GE are giving them the runaround right now. Straight up on into the C site. No opposition there from MIBR, just looking to group up on spawn side and see if they can get some damage done with these pistols.
Pushing towards the spawn here. Autumn, kind of scary with this Phantom, gets paranoid and gets treated instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on, and they're trying to do this flood retake, but Batman shutting it down. Alspas with their trade back onto it now, just flooding it. Zekin spawn there. That was not a good idea against Pistols.
Oh dear. Pistol just trying to pick up the pieces at the end of things, but that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately. Ecoed by naught but 4 classics and a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is not how you wanted your anti-eco to be going. And already MIBR a massive boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really rewarded them. We were talking about how the timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now we're looking at the side of GE.
गाइस जो लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नया लाइक कर दो यार, लाइक कर दो, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस। क्या लगता है गाइस कौन जीतेगा? मेरे तो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट का है पूरा स्पोर्ट गाइस।
Boomba is actually going to go in. You're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Ospas is pushed all the way up, using his refractor just in the nick of time because he was 1 second away from losing that
guys, global sport.
Open by Udatan. Little bit of an investment in this round for GE as the Prowler confirms that GE
guys,
are indeed inside of
like
We'll zone the attackers away for now, and that's a beautiful seize combo to take out Autumn. GE not happy with how that looks or feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is dropped, and this gives some concern over to MIBR. Mazino through the backside of that door, though, that's at least giving them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
अपना ओपिनियन दे सकते हो कौन टीम जीतेगी आज। जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नया आ रहा है लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब।
Gonna try to contact up here. They're not gonna clear Rebel just yet. Mazino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4, but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful sheriff shot onto Mazino, and all three of these players from MIBR are already on the safe side.
Patman looking locked in. He is a big game player for GE, but this is a triple high-low on stairs side that he's about to walk into. Not even the best of players can be dealing with that. Horn dealt with by MIBR, confirming that there is someone on stairs side, and that is just not the angle Patman was looking for. Second round for MIBR here, and GE looking to go into their gun round after the upset on the Eco.
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of not really feeling the pressure of losing those 1v1s. Obviously, a little bit punished, but it's okay because now Ospas online with the operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yep. It is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound, though, and that is exactly where GE are starting to challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Patman. I think they're just going to take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still two players on the site here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and Texas hung around a little bit too far on Waterfall there.
Now post plant for GE, trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have gone over here from the side of MIBR, using that Nightfall on both sides, not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally gonna get planted. Seconds in, Patman and Udo getting those picks. Udo with a 3K to shut it down, and Bruno now left in a 1v4. The nade's coming in, and it's gonna make a 4K for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting to really hammer home the point that this C site is a problem for MIBR. Rolled over it both on the pistol and then in their opening gun round here. Despite who's playing there, Global Esports are not having too many problems cracking that.
Yeah, looks like MIBR, the flood retake just wasn't there. Zekin was all out onto site using both satchels and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR, using a heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him backed decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of Rebel, they have lost two players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Bruno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one, but as I say that, he gets two. Zabi getting a trade onto Verno. A spam kill from a Mazino, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 here.
Very winnable for MIBR. Given the fact that we have one player down on a Sheriff this round. Prowler going forward, looking for a little bit of information. The Fade on the other side of things, looking to slow this one down. Both of MIBR creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging this off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Aspas into a very difficult 1-on-2. Able to punish Patman for the peek on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking a little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to peek out, but Aspas able to spray him through the wall. Pick up that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR.
Anti. Guys, do like and subscribe, guys.
I questioned a little bit. the
Like and
Ospas
subscribe.
Waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side. When they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough, but for GE, this right here, Verno getting these two was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. This is going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C side here. MIBR have literally nothing on this site. 2 players rotating over towards spawn. Make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much noise, but they're positioned really well here for MIBR to have a really fast flood.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of push the issue too much. They know that MIBR are ready for this flood. In goes the showstopper and the convergent pass. The rocket not really converting on anything, and we're still in a 5-on-5. Aspas finally breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to elapse on the side of GE, who are all playing inside of the site. Auto up close, able to convert on at least 2, but out of ammo. A couple of trades come through, and it's all down to Patman. In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful C retake for MIBR.
That's crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over. Still a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the smokes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions, lining up a little bit. So it was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR winning out with the power of their frags. And now on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of all.
It's a big round for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract. Pass straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the blades.
That was scary. That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one, trying to get that number advantage so they could pick where they want to go. Looking like they want to end towards this A here, but a little Prowler not going to get any info. Ospas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of information for them because Mizzino has Olive Tree and 3 players now on this A site, ready to keep it, fight for it, make sure they don't get on.
Yeah, Verno on that C info line is fantastic. That's a cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Aspas still getting in the mix with the Outlaw, able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex yet. That's a spike drop. Neural Theft is invested there. Patman caught on the cross. Crystal was potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it outright. That's 3 in a row now for MIBR.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this Waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the Waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan. But now, this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary. But then also when he's on that site, able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick, his timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from MIBR, it's been so good all game so far. Feels like they're almost that step ahead. They're just there every single time when they know that GE is putting down the pressure. And now for GE, they're probably wondering, what do they need to do? So far, they've had that success on getting onto C. They've had success on getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite messy and drawn out, unfortunately. Neither one of these teams really getting the clean execution that they're looking for, and MIBR are always coming ahead in those situations. So this is not a particularly easy pause to take as GE because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in with a clear plan into round 8. We're trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol, got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that, MIBR is really starting to pull ahead now.
Yep, another operator online for Ospas this time. Bought to him by Verno, and they're going to do another C's nade towards this Rebel, trying to punish any A main. The dash comes in. He might get caught by those nades, and Second gets that pick onto Autumn with those paint shells. Mazzino just pushing up. His aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the C's nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected. That is a cracker of a shot from Crystal. GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. MIBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mazzino alone on this A site, but Tex to join him. The baby door being held to here by Zakin, and Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to add towards A. Tex with a beautiful flank, and Verno getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best position. He's just won like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot. Perfect timing. Or he's just valuing his life and waiting in the wings, knowing that his Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map. And then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start well. Credit to Crystal, since his transition over to the Sentinel role, his mechanics have really been something to marvel at after maybe having some weaker performances individually in the past. But that still wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker buy.
Ospas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards tree. Tex is here just spamming. Full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those Cypher trips on the side of GE. So Tex is just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as he can. And now information gathered from Mazzino. They're going to know that there's players towards the same side.
There goes Harvey. Nice. No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important, as far as I'm aware, Athena. We've lost Udatan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia straight from Verno over on the B side, and that is giving GE pause for thought completely shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless from MIBR.
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting that C, setting Ospas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go. And just being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights, and now switching it up, this setup towards B site. We said that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew, because 2 players here for the first time from GE.
Crystal given a stern warning there, down to 4 HP, and Aspas might go back for a second helping here. Out by the Prowler there from Mazzino. Patman pushed away. Verno continually just has this C info line self-sufficiently for MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers. And once again, GE given a rubble control, because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Tex is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful, because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out, stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Verno not overcooking that one, but at least GE have pushed him off the info line. Autumn very much hoping that someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen him in stairs so many times. spamming away the whether inside of tree is Zekken. The trip gets hit, but no one really capitalizing off the back of that. Patman's dead inside of the door. And Zekken not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Unitard, and that is an easy 3K for Zekken. How many rounds have they just walked up A into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on weak side, he's able to hold. Whether the team is literally not on site, they're able to rotate in time. And every single time, they're just punishing GE using the C's nade combo at the best of times from MIBR. It feels like they've really got a definite good read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like. And now we're going to be looking at this round. 2 players from MIBR here towards this C mound, but it's 2 different players. It's Verno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zekken and Ospas. Tex getting 2 picks. He's been a star player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned into a spike plan. I see that, but Zekken's already into sight. He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's not enough. Ospas, Patman, what is going on? Ospas in the smoke with the shorty.
Oh, man. I mean, again, GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that C site, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with. Zekken diving in with the rocket and Aspas just light speeding in with the shorty. Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the C site. 9-2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent on the side of MIBR. They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh like that.
You don't like my villain laugh?
That's too much.
Just, you know, reminding you that America's is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A again, knowing that there's something going on here. Zekken using the nades with the Waylay combo. That was insane, and another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site. But Verno hears that TP. Oh, Javi sticking that insane. And now all these trips are going to slow down the rest of the execute. Tex punishing Udo. But the trade with that rocket.
Comes the Steel Garden. Desperation stations here for GE as Verno's able to deal with Patman, and it's a 10-2 half for MIBR. Just absolute domination here on Lotus defense.
I feel like a player that we haven't talked about enough is Tex, and he's on the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR. He's been playing so well, and I feel like this player has consistently been a rock for this team, a stabilizer. He's always good for playing that Senti role. His lurks have been insane. He's constantly been really good with those rotates, as we can see on this map specifically. He's always in the right place on the right time, and now I'm kind of excited to see how he plays on this attack side, seeing how he's going to lurk, how he's going to take those ones, because you can tell none of these players on MIBR are scared to take their ones.
No, definitely not, and nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked up on this roster, and now they've finally gotten the chance to grace the international stage. They are definitely not going to be taking that for granted. This has been a little bit of a demolition, unfortunately at the expense of Global Esports, who have got to try to get something rolling in this second half. Even if they don't win this map of Lotus, they definitely need to at least play for a little bit of momentum coming into their own pick.
If you're GE, what are you talking about in this halftime? What are you trying to do? Other than
me as a coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be like, it's okay guys, let's just go next.
You could say let's just go next. I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, it's a rough game, guys.
That's valid. I mean, this is a struggle of a map.
Guys, we're not playing MIBR, we're playing X team that we always dominate in scrims. New half. Let's just pretend, okay? A little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then Ospas is in your face, refracting back, getting space. Zekken's throwing nades at you consistently at the perfect time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I understand. They're good. They're playing well. They're playing well.
But it is MIBR's pick. Just be like, hey, guys, listen, it's MIBR's pick. Don't worry. They're going to win this one. We go into ours. We're prepped. We know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head coach in the coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with the roster in all of their runs recently, though. But Platoon has definitely got to step up as a little bit of a leader here for Global Esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have many words to be saying to the boys. try to keep them a little bit more focused. Smiles on the face of Autumn. Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
Yep.
But a pistol and a couple of rounds can really, you know, change a man's perception.
Starting into this pistol now. Kind of a must-win for GE if they want to kind of give themselves some sort of rounds to work with and not allowing MIBR to run away with it. MIBR, though, starting towards 3B. The mound info is going to be taken by GE. That Prowler is going to push them all the way back, and that pressure is going to pull a rotate. Osmos already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to get that pick onto Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at not giving them one. But late now, Zekin gets that pick. The door is tapped. Autumn punishing Osmos for standing out in the open. And now all of a sudden, they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE, though. Just one player on this A side by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do, and he's completely surrounded. Sheer wall at least keeping a main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers' spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site, boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left, and at least is able to take 2 with him.
Now all of a sudden a 2v3 here. The nades coming out, preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one. And Verno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and 2 of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an ace to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin. And that is just insult to injury for Global Esports. 11-2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be coming together. That is just perfection from yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. Looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open, and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like, that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do. And they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. MIBR really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the... And MIBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in for Patman. Aspas being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A site, and at least the waylay's been dealt with over on Rubble.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard. The door's going to get tapped. That pressure's going to be good. Tex is going to fall off of that tree positioning, and now all these players from MIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peeks. Patman getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot, and Verno trading, instantly getting 2, and now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol, and he's gonna win this round as well. Really good try by GE here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports around on that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs, even in the first half, but MIBR have come out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE.
Next map up now.
See what they can come up with. It is a glass cannon outlaw, a handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor, as Harvey deals with that prowler over on the C side of the map. MIBR have taken some space over there.
Lots of C mound pressure, but They're walking into Javi. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lyrics. And now so much information has gone, but they're going to try to re-clear towards the sea. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so good from MIBR. Osmos getting that pick. Everyone's just following up with each other, and all of a sudden, 1v4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitard has got his work cut out for him here. We'll have to announce his presence by opening up the door, and MIBR already set up nicely. Tex sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Unitard really going looking for someone, and somehow in the player cam, he's playing without one hand on the mouse. Of course, that's Harvey. He's dodged. Durno was playing his time in the door, and Tex will get it done. It was only really a matter of time, let's be honest. A fantastic opener here for MIBR at EWC.
Yeah, what a way to start out their games. And this is what I was talking about. When it comes to firepower, so many of those rounds were won just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly, they feel like it. They feel like they're going to win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR. GE, they really tried to climb back into it, but I just was not convinced.
I mean, there was a couple of almost rounds. I think there was a lot of those rounds where things go kind of down into these messy XVX situations, but unfortunately, all of the post plants, they're usually going to win the game, Puckett.
You nailed it. I asked who was going to be the first 8 rounds. Should have asked, would you see more than 3 round wins for Global? Somewhere there is a very frosty smile out there, as there seems to be some issues in terms of where we want to go as a squad. Honestly, is this a problem with a new roster, or is this a problem with just...
I mean, you were kind of already having your questions here.
Yeah.
This is yet another comp change. 4 times in a row the last 3 months they've played Lotus. They've tried to change their comp, and this one didn't really look like it was much better for them, as opposed on the side of MIBR. You leave Lotus in the pool. They looked fantastic on it, and unfortunately that was the end of Global Esports for the first match.
So on the coaching topic, do we credit MIBR for doing the scouting and knowing that your opponent has never won on Lotus?
I feel like for me, when I'm looking at MIBR, they changed from Neon and Raze to Waylay and Raze. So I think they've actually just worked a lot on their comp, worked a lot on their Lotus in general, because they have had success on it, but they just brought out some extra guns to throw GE off, maybe knowing that GE was going to let that Lotus slide. I think a little bit of anti-stratting, but majority of this just looked like a scramble. It didn't look like there was that much thought put into those mid rounds. It just felt like they knew what was happening because they had so much information across the map.
Take a look back at the biggest plays here, Pilsky. Go ahead and walk me through what you witnessed.
I mean, you're seeing a lot of MIBR highlights. There might be a reason for that. I don't really need to spell it out for anyone. I think for GE, though, another comp change on this map doesn't really come together. MIBR probably smelling blood in the water. I think if I was a coach going up against an opponent that had changed their comp on a map.
अब क्या कर सकते हैं इसमें?
Yes, of course, Lotus has not been going well for them.
कोई नहीं यार.
How they play as a team, especially with Cross previously at the head of the coaching staff. He does love to.
अगला मैप निकालेंगे यार हम. अगला मैप अपना है.
6 maps, I feel like we've seen 3 Vice losses. Is this a weak agent or just in bad comps right now? I haven't really had to play as Vice myself personally, so what's going on here, Athena?
I don't think it's a weak agent. I think Vice in general, the wall, it's so much really good passive information that you could kind of trade one-to-one for a Cypher Cam. But I think right now what I'm seeing is just so many people know how to abuse that wall, how to bait it out almost every single time and kind of make it useless. So for me, I think maybe more creativity has to be played around Vice. I don't think that she's weak at all. I really like Vice as a senti.
As a former Raze mate, I'm happy to see my favorite duelist in action on both sides of the ball. Yesterday, you told me that Jing was going to be a diamond.
Oh, okay.
Back when you had 2 grenades, by the way. But Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about your favorite duelist in this matchup. Is Raze Jet still the combo to go with across all maps? Who do you expect to be seeing throughout this best of 3 if we get to a game 3? I assume we won't, based on what we've witnessed so far.
Oh, come on. Like, try and give them the map.
They got 2 rounds, bro. I'm just looking at stats.
Hey, it was MIBR's map pick.
And one of them, your Raze got you 4 kills, right? With explosions.
Yeah. Look, I think RazeJet very strong on this map. The burst potential is very good, especially against the Vice. You just go up and over the top of the wall. You're having a pretty good day at the office. So I think that's why you're seeing a lot of that at the moment. But there are plenty of other duelists that are also quite serviceable as well. It really just depends on your style that you want to go for as a team and what personnel you have on your squad.
We want to thank you all for waking up early to watch your favorite game. It is VALORANT here, week 0 of EWC. We're going to a break. When we come back, more from game 2.
हाँ गाइस, मैं भी थोड़ी देर में बस जैसे स्टार्ट हो गया वैसे मैं भी आ जाऊंगा.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
goes down, door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Oh, shit.
Nice, yeah.
Uh-oh, we're back live from Paris. Welcome in. It is day 2 of the group stages here for Valorant. We're jumping into Group C and D, and in our opening fight, MIBR was able to strike first. Now it's time to find out, can Global Esports answer back? We welcome in our casters. We got Athena alongside Pilsky, and Pilsky, this is your team from the Pacific and Global Esports. You mentioned that they're having a bit of a roster change. It's not just the players on the stage, it is the coaches behind the scenes. They looked out-coached, out-planned, and blown out of the water in map 1, but now this is your map selection, right?
It is, yeah. So
where are we going?
Specific.
What's the move for Global here?
Play the game better. Don't get 13-2'd. You need to shoot back, need a good plan. Because MIBR is looking like the way better team, and I think it was kind of similar what we saw yesterday for RRQ as well. Like, honestly, these Pacific teams are kind of struggling a little bit when they come onto the international stage and not showing the same level of strength.
Like and subscribe, guys.
I mean,
like and subscribe.
A good coach is worth its weight in gold. Let's see what.
Or welcome to the party.
Not only
Watch
did we not
party,
see
guys.
the execution on that map, you guys also highlighted your concerns around the composition, the roster building based on the agents. Athena, what do you want to see cleaned up as they're going into their map pick now?
Oh, I just need to see a lot of this pathing, a lot of the tradings being cleaned up for GE, because it's just so hard to watch when they have the right reads. Sometimes they're up numbers and they just lose it because of small things like not clearing corners. When they're taking that space, they're just not trading, not tradable positions. The pathing is weird. They're going the long way around. It just doesn't work out for me.
Let's talk about stars in this show, because after week 1, the bottom half of the competition is gone. The top half moves on into our playoff bracket. Who is the star on this stage who's caught your eye through one game? Just one player. Just one player.
In this game?
This game.
Wait, you want to say it together?
Oh, Tex.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was going to say Tex, too. No, Tex played phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Tex, like, he didn't even necessarily do anything that impressive, but he just played his role perfectly. He switched up his Cypher utility. He never gave away his life needlessly. He was always in great positions. And I think, you know, he would just kind of wait in the wings, and then whenever Global Esports would go and actually kick off this side execute, he'd just get a 2K, the round would be over, and all of a sudden, you don't remember many of them, but he ended up topping the board and getting the most kills.
How much of that is due to him being American and America really succeeding right now?
Yeah, everything. I mean, it makes all the difference. I think he had the German flag or something on VALORANT at some point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's German, so that's awkward.
How are you German rocking the name Tex? Striking out on that one, my bad. So Tex is popping off.
I think he is
I thought
American,
second
too.
was the German, right? No? German-Americans?
No, not close. But anyway, I agree. I think Tex has been phenomenal, and for me as well, I think he's been really good at being active as well. It's just one of those things that you missed on your giant list of reasons why Tex is insane and why he played so good. He was so active, too, at getting a lot of the map control around.
I had a fan blowing, made me look extra wide, so we're going to tighten up and get ready for this second game of the day. MIBR is on match point. If they win this map, they are done for 2 days as they wait for the next round of competition. Athena, what do you got going?
I will say this, okay? Last map was MIBR's pick, the Lotus. They've had historically a really good run. I think it's a little bit weird that GE let this go through, but it's fine because now we're moving on to Haven.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Hasn't been MIBR's best map. They've played this around 6 times and they've lost it 4 of those times. Only 2 wins, and even recently in Americas was the closest time that they played it, and they've switched up their comp from the last time that they played this. They had the Phoenix and the Jet last time, as well as the Chamber, but they've switched it up a little bit.
I think Waylay has a 0% win rate. Go ahead, dive in for me.
They can't play worse than last time.
Yeah,
honestly.
bro, yeah. Let's
I'm
go,
more looking at
GE.
that MB game personally. They definitely have got to do
We
better.
don't talk about that one.
No.
No, we don't talk about the MIBR loss.
You can't get 13-1 by streamers.
No.
Like, that's illegal.
Oh. Anyway, what about
One
the
of them might be live right now.
What about the agent select, guys?
The agent select. That's honestly, I was so hyper focused on my point that I wasn't looking at what GE was playing. But we're gonna answer that question now. They are playing the side. This has been a comp that they've been playing for quite a while. They're 2 wins in a row on it.
अपना मैप पिक है भाई, अपना मैप पिक है. चलो 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 चलो.
That was a bit of a weird game. I remember casting that one, but they also beat Shilai over at London, which is not too bad of a run for them, because I remember watching Happyway run around like a demon on this map. So beating him must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby. And goes the drone towards Garage. She here pushed all the way down C long here though.
So much information. Zakin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down.
MIBR attack कर रही है.
Is towards this A side. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas trying to hold the crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn in this 1v3, but I think they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and MIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long, but this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react, but it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. 2K for Verno as they got this anti-eco into the seat site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for through the cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward, looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall, cleaning out all of this C site, and now MIBR are looking a little bit more comfortable.
2v3 here, coming out through Garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there. But it's going to be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round for the side of GE.
Having a look to see what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MIBR, so rotation comes back across from GE, who have spread out that Sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. Bit of a Sentinel duel over on Garage side. Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slowing this one down. Tex caught, pulling the pin out from Crystal's scrap net there. Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR, not knowing when to make their move, but that's where Aspas and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site, and Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3 to attempt.
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time, it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things, because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that Senti utility, taking their time.
बाय
crack
नहीं
on into the
यार
side. So you can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors
बाय नहीं है
and tricks
बाय
to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities. MIBR now pivoting back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by Aspas.
अरे बहुत मार रहा है यार ये
Not looking too good. 3-0. MIBR winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick, and a punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble, but it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here because the flank is also on the way. Udo getting that first pick onto Aspas. The paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot, making Udo get 2. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden,
सही फ्रैग है
here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Crystal dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch. Uncovered on the side, but a little bit too late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plant cannot be calibrated on. Always a little bit annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot where it's needed, and that's completely punished there by MIBR, despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on MIBR, and it feels like every single player has their standout moment so far.
MIBR की जेट बहुत मार रही है
constantly going for 3.
कुत्ता बना दिया इसने भाई कुत्ता
And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Aspas.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on Lotus?
True.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute, Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Udatan. The Sova Dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete decimation of the C site. MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight into C, and it works a treat.
No pop execute. Instead, they just full execute with that way layout. It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was left uncovered. And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from Zek and Aspas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And GE, man, they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's. 4 on that C site. 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing, though. There is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for MIBR. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection. Even both of the sensors were both checked perfectly by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give me a
crazy.
little bit of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower for the next round? Anything.
Anything indeed. Well, they do have 2 ults online. The Deadlock ult, they have the Neon ult. They could go for something fast.
Can we at least kill Verno? Like 10-0
10-0 is insane.
That's kind of too much.
That's my IGL right there.
Yeah, okay. GE back on the Sheriffs. Funnily enough, were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site, out comes the overdrive from Udatan, and hand in hand with Patman, giving MIBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay bolt. Nahapta's Fury connects on nothing. Global Esports now 2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike, and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. He's a trade back from Harvey, and almost a shot through the wall of the Verno there. But with the one-way coming out, and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done for MIBR. I mean, you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the choices from GE here on this round, using 2 ults to try to turn it around, the Sovol and the Neon ult, but it's just not working out. After that, Neon has dropped, getting scanned for so long by the dart. Mazzino full stun, still manages to get the pick on Neon. It's just not looking too hot. Javi, knowing that and still using his ult, it's a little bit scary because now you're kind of losing some sort of trap play potential that you have here, but the double senti comp on defense, they really need
एक
to
round निकाल
win
दो
some
भाई,
of
एक
these rounds
round.
because it's so much harder
सिर्फ
on
एक
that
round.
attack side with this kind of comp. And now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto Aspas. Flips the leg. Finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno, though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest site. Trying to go for a C split here. Mizzino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
Shot from Udatan. Lapse of focus for just a moment.
एक round,
MIBR
सिर्फ एक
waiting
round.
for a mistake, which they're
Come
not going
back,
to receive. There
come
goes the
back,
paranoia,
come
the
back,
dash on
come
in
back.
fast pass, who was traded out by Patman.
ठीक है,
Once
ठीक है,
again,
ठीक
the
है,
plant
ठीक है.
being attempted here by Mizzino. Out comes the annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Patman is able to come in towards that B site.
बच गया.
2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long. Finally finds his man. Zekin last alive inside of that site.
Nice.
Crystal does a good job clearing him out. Finally around here for
And
GE
one
on
by,
this
and one,
defensive
nice.
side.
एक
See how
round.
many more they can start to put together here, because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mizzino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Hobby actually gets a spam kill onto Aspas through the neon wall. Zekin trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mizzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site. Unfortunately, another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here.
निकाल सकता है Autumn,
Playing over towards that C site time and time
Autumn.
again. At least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A-Long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. An immediate reply here for MIBR is going to put significant pressure on GE's economy now.
MIBR just
नहीं
making
बचे
so much
यार.
pressure on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long, and just being annoying, and the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A-Long, fighting the A-Lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back off. They heard the Mizzino up. They held Heaven. Everything just didn't, it just fell apart at the end.
That's
Come
every
on,
round in this
G,
series for
come
GE.
on.
Yeah, it
Like,
keeps happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s, there's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the mid-rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
just
that's
the facts.
that's the firepower, though, for me.
Yeah, to some degree. 100% MIBR looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site, usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it. Trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. Now GE going for this mid fight, and MIBR has read right into it. They're holding this mid, knowing that they're on this thrifty. Only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
Yeah, double dash straight into the sides. That's about as easy as it gets there. Mazzino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not. Plant going down in the safe position for MIBR here. And Verno, 15-1, spotting out the barrel of the gun for Autumn. Not the player you'd want to be peeking here. Crystal on the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like MIBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round. Autumn peeking out to see if he can find anything. And honestly, if Mazzino didn't get it done, Verno was ready to peek. That's kind of can't do the guy from back home like that. Unfortunate.
Dude, the reaction timing on these guys right now is insane too. Feels like they're so ready for every single fight. The crosshair placement's absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good. Granted, it was a little bit of a weird buy round, a low buy, just trying to get something to support around that rifle that they saved that last round, but it's just not looking good.
Yeah.
Gun round here.
I mean, this will be a bit of a cathartic one. I remember sitting in a cafe in Seoul and watching MIBR play NRG at the end of kickoff on this map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split into C. Autumn going to get tested. Not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back, and actually the flood in is starting to go the way of GE. Mazzino dealt with trying to dive through the cage as well. Verno from downtown though, and Tex on the back lines is starting to turn this one around. Out comes the neural theft. Udatan under pressure. Playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
2v2. Spike is down on the site. Trying to get that from Platt. Scary fight for Tex to take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned. And the Spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable. And Udo getting that final pick onto Verno. Now that was a really good round from GE. The super fast flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense. At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this half, so...
Especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah. It gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure. Okay, we'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Auto once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Still pulls out the grab net. Verno on the other side of things. Does go at least 1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was, too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mazzino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick, gets so much damage down. That Sobal not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch. If ever you needed one, GE desperately need rounds on this defensive side. Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekin over towards the bottom side of C long there. The shocks coming out. The MIBR lads will be very well aware of where Javi is coming from over here on spawn side. Hasn't tapped the spike yet. Drone to work with, but not really the kind of clear path for that to be used at this point. Out comes the shock. Clears out the close corner, but neither of MIBR are playing there. Drone in response for Verno to confirm that, unfortunately, Javi is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half. trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done, and Zekken is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here. 9-2. One more round left in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked off so easily by MIBR. They're finding these really good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Udatan up over the top. Is Aspas well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the site, and they are very tentative, trying to clear out this Bucky. That's great patience for MIBR. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas. And it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Glass Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazzino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10-2, double digits in the opening half. And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
19-3 for Verno. He's only died 3 times.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally so far in this series. No. It's close to that. It's close,
it feels like it.
That's what I thought you were saying. It's so painful. It's actually so painful.
Oh man, you guys didn't believe me earlier when I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think, yes, GE, they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own. And the calls, too, have been really good. I'm really, really surprised by their strat book, by the playbook, how deep it is, and the way that MIBR is still avoiding and calling. Clearly, they have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it, because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti, the Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry, using the refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we saw KRX take on this GE squad earlier on in Pacific. They were able to use Jet really, really well to just avoid all of the double senti util, and I think you see MIBR do the exact same thing here to GE, unfortunately.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this, okay? And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for you to convert a little bit, you know? Okay. Like, jump on the MIBR train with me.
Need a green card.
Oh, this is rough. I think for GE, like, let's just say there's a little bit of cope here. A tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Right? Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could do it.
Then we're 6 rounds behind.
Listen, MIBR likes to push a lot. And maybe with the double senti, they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C-split here. Aspas is going to be on the site with Zekken. Tex hears all this information. Zekken going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting. Aspas manages to get one. Zekken gets another, but 2 trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekken gets a second kill onto Udo, and 3v2. His team is coming in. They're trying to flood out onto site together. That shock might do enough damage. They're so lit, picking off onto Autumn and Javi in this one. V2 is not gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final kill. And Verno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Verno.
So he's like, what, 20-3 now?
20-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. pretty good on this over. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in Garage for a moment, they are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. That's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. Takes a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Unitard, but he's got just not enough HP, unfortunately. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who was kind of waiting in the back of the site. All he could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him up. 12-2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to TP back into site, get those picks, no trade on board.
They tried to trade him, but Unitard had like 10 HP because they took about 300 damage getting into B, unfortunately. So that's how it be. That's how it be here.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We were talking about Mazzino just being so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now 12-2. Like you said, we might see that same scoreline.
Fract active for second, creeping up on the line. Easy opener onto Unitard. And the going continues to get rougher for GE. We'll confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Second and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves, or very there nearabouts.
Grouped up.
Oh, how does it
A-long. Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian. Beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards the short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4. They've gained that numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here, because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against Double Senti. Like the double pick, great spacing and entries in from GE are giving to give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in. The barrier as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grab net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all three players for MIBR, and Autumn capitalizing. Crystal to follow up, and Aspas finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off just saving this Vandal at this point.
Really well played here by GE. They saw the opportunity and they took it. Verno being left alone, knowing he couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going, overextending, playing too needy. Like, they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position, because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder, too, with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they could get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one, because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the Cypher. Quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shock Dart.
These players taking sight with a vengeance. That wall is going to go down. Really annoying to deal with, like you mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an omen. And now MIBR in this 5v5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much side control. But Autumn playing towards that backside. The TP comes in. Catman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Osmos are so good at clearing. Crystal left in a 1v3, and no win for him. Mazzino with the final pick of the game and a 12-3 scoreline here for MIBR.
That is just back-to-back stomps here. MIBR coming into EWC 2026 with a vengeance. You can see exactly why they were able to run over the Americas qualifier. doing very well for themselves. And unfortunately, another flat performance from a team coming out of Pacific here into EWC. I think that last round is kind of the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to be good at. Yep. They get into a 5-on-5 post plant, all of the Sentinel utility down, and MIBR just retake with 4 players alive.
Insane, actually insane in MIBR, just proving themselves. They're more than just a super team. Every single player knows how to play together really well, which is the one thing that I feel like MIBR was missing for a long time. Verno, really good IGLing here, making sure his team is staying consistent, and they're still active in the server.
Is Verno always this greedy, calling strategies so he can go 21-4?
No, he just does that naturally.
He just does it on the Sova on a regular basis.
Yep.
It looked easy for MIBR. Is this simply a skill difference? Is it a coaching difference, a team difference? Pilski, there's a lot that goes into VALORANT. For someone who's newer trying to follow everything, how would you break it down in the simplest form?
This is like your ranked game where you're trying to rank up and you're playing against like Radiance and you're like, you know, Ascendant or something like that.
You're trying to get there.
You're just having a tough day at the office. Unfortunately, GE, we know their skill ceiling. They're a fantastic team at the best of times, but today just wasn't it. MIBR were a much better team. And at the end of the day, they played like it. Both of these maps were complete landslides in their favor, and you can't really argue with the star power on the side of MIBR. GE, unfortunately, just not really showing up to this one, and they'll have to go down into that lower bracket and pick themselves up, much like RRQ.
Yeah, it's kind of insane, too. Not a single player on MIBR went negative throughout this series. They all ended this series positive. Everyone, Tex +2, Mazzino +6, Zekin +10. You have Ospas with the +16, and of course, Verno with the +25.
Athena, you didn't see this coming when the opponent put up 6 rounds? 6 rounds.
Listen, sometimes there's one player going crazy, there's 2 players going crazy, the rest of the team is just following up, enabling that player. But this time, it feels like every single player had a standout round. Their role was really, really done well. Tex with his lurks, his timings have been insane. The rotates on the defensive side, every single player was doing well.
It just looked to me like when MIBR was winning rounds, they were doing it cleanly. They're not dropping a lot of players. Economy was fully in their control.
Welcome to
Were
the
there
live
a lot
stream.
of clutch opportunities that maybe GE can look forward to in the future, or do you have steps to take before you can even get there?
I mean, a lot of the rounds were close. They were down to 2v2s, 3v3s. So GE, they just need to clean up those scenarios, making sure the team synergy is there in those situations, and as well, just making sure mechanically they're on top of it, they're warm, because it felt like when we were watching, they lost those scenarios just based off of aim, essentially.
First 2 games without their coach Frost. Platoon is now the man in charge, and he's got his first 6 round wins, but his first 2 map losses. You still have time, though, as GE is not out of the competition. They are going to go down to that elimination bracket. For now, though, we know our winners are moving on to that qualifier match for our playoffs, and we have an interview ready on the floor. Let's send it down.
क्या सीन सर? कोई सीन नहीं है सर, बस घर पे हैं, घर पे बैठे हैं, कोई सीन नहीं है.
Thanks guys, I'm on stage with Aspas here. Congratulations on winning, man. That game seemed probably a little more simple, a little bit easier than you expected. How'd you feel about the performance?
Felt really good. Was nice playing international stage.
मैं ठीक हूँ सर, आप बताओ आप कैसे हो? आप ठीक हो अच्छे?
पहले team we practiced a lot and we could show what we are practicing.
Talk to me a little bit about the preparation coming into this event. Your qualification was really smooth. You beat Lev 3-0. How'd that go for you, and how's the preparation been so far?
I think things are going smooth.
और बताओ सर, कहाँ हो अभी आप? घर पे हो कि बाहर हो?
Everything worked out fine, and we could show everything that we are practicing.
You talked about it already, but this is the first international for MIBR this year. You didn't qualify to EWC last year, so this is your first time at EWC. What kind of expectations do you and MIBR have for this event?
We're gonna do our best. We're gonna take a game at a time, so we're gonna focus on just the match that we have at the moment. And what happens next, we're gonna think about it when we have to deal with it.
Amazing stuff. Well, congratulations once again for your victory. See you for your next game. Puckett, back to you guys.
Missed opportunity there to ask about the stuffies. You saw Aspas had both of them The man takes them wherever he goes here in Paris. They're looking like good luck charms. So far, it's a clean start to your tournament. Expectations from here on out, because there's still plenty of matches to play in this group.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to move on in the group. I don't think that the ace
like कर दो guys, जो भी लाइक पे नहीं like and subscribe कर दो, like and subscribe.
Honestly, with how MIBR is looking, I don't think they're going to have
पानी पी रहे
in this group. They should just cruise straight through to playoffs.
पानी
Global have got a lot of work to
पानी
do
पी लो
in that
पानी
run.
All I'm gonna say is,
पानी.
I told you so.
Did she?
I did.
Chat fact checker. We are going to wrap things up here for this matchup on the stage as we throw to break. Reminder, our next match coming up is going to be a doozy. We switch over to Group C with the Gentlemates taking the stage.
बढ़िया 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 बढ़िया. कौन-कौन जा रहा है? गैंग सारी जा रही है आज. कोटलू गैंग. अच्छा.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our.
कहते-कहते आवाज का ऊंचा हो जाना, आंखों में आंखें डालकर लड़ जाना, और ये
अकेले
कभी न
नहीं.
सोचना कि कोई क्या.
Kadir City, powered by Play.
किसका मैच अगला?
Being
अगला मैच किसका बोला है उन्होंने?
The stage as we throw to break. Reminder, our next match coming up is gonna be a doozy. We switch over to Group C with the Gentlemates taking the stage after this.
Group C.
Honestly, with how MIBR is looking, I don't think they're going to have trouble with anybody in this group. They should just cruise straight through to playoffs, and Global have got a lot of work to do in that lower bracket.
All I'm gonna say is, I told you so.
Did she?
I did.
Chat fact checker. We are going to wrap things up here for this matchup on the stage as we throw to break. Reminder, our next match coming up is going to be a doozy. We switch over to Group C with the Gentlemates taking the stage after this.
कोई नहीं भाई, मिलते हैं फिर. जाओ जाइयो मिलाएं.
Absolutely cannot blame them. I do think second half is going to be a different story, but it won't be exactly short on difficulties.
आते हैं गाइस थोड़ी देर में.
Flying to Asia? Already there? Don't know how to get around? Or how to do it on a budget? One2Go.Asia will get you to your destination at the touch of a button on your smartphone, offering you airport transfers, booking bus tickets to your next intended destination, finding you the best of old-school train journeys with scenic views and sights. We will also help you grab a regional flight, or even book you onto a ferry to your Paradise Island escape. One2Go.Asia offers various means of transportation to get you to your desired destination anywhere in Asia. Book your tickets fast and easy via your smartphone, pay by card, or via PayPal. Visit One2Go.Asia and start your next great Asian adventure right now.
The Esports World Cup continues right now. Welcome in, everybody. It's Chris Puckett. We've got a lot of noise in this venue, and for good reason. Fantastic competition has been heating up throughout the group stages, and it's time to reveal the final group. We've got two new casters for this one, Avril alongside Athena. Avril, I want to start with you as we take a look at our teams. XLG coming out of China, of course, Shilai Gaming. On the other side, you have Gentlemates of French org. Who do you think has more fans watching right now?
Oh, it's got to be the French team because we are in France. I have to imagine that if Gentlemates end up going through, just like we see from, the KC backing and also from Vitality, the French fans are going to go crazy.
Now, I don't know if the audience at home can hear the marching band, but we're getting ready for the opening ceremony here at EWC. This is just week 0, and this is a qualifier week. So, Athena, you got to win 2 matches to get into that top 8 playoff bracket, right? That's what everyone is here for on week number 1. As we take a look at Group C, who are the favorites in this group? I've got G2, Gentlemates, XLG, and of course, NongShim, who will be playing over on our Alpha stream against G2.
This is kind of hard. I usually side with G2 because I'm an America's girly, but I'm also looking at NongShim. I'm looking at them to have their redemption arc. Yes, to figure out what's going on with their team, especially when you're looking at Dambion, not the Neon for some reason.
No, I think he's going to be sold. I am sold because I got cope for NongShim as well. I got some heavy NongShim cope. I'm like pseudo Pacific at this stage. I hang out with Pilsky enough. I'll just swing my way in there. The thing here is Pacific is kind of underperforming this tournament so far. I think NongShim might be that last hope, perhaps. Dummy, I think he's going to go back on the Neon for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I don't think Global Esports is your real hope in Group D. Let's take a look, though, at our Group C competitors and what we expect to see from them. Both teams looking very good in their qualifiers. The 3-0 run for XLG. On the other side, a 2-0 run for Gentlemates as they drop just 2 maps. Who are the star players, though, on both sides of the fight for this one? Athena, I want to start with you. Who are you excited to see take the stage tonight?
You have to talk about Martin on Gentlemates. The guy's been insane literally all stage long. Literally in Globals, even when they're losing their games, he's still phenomenal. He's so consistent on fragging out, being that duelist, just being absolutely insane. And the other player I have to shout out to is Mini, only because now he's on that duelist as well. Yeah.
I mean, they're the role swap, right? Bippo and Mini, not that long ago, end up swapping between Sentinel and Duelist. On the Shilai Gaming side of things, though, I'm looking over towards a couple of players here. I will name, obviously, the Duelist of Raga. He's definitely one to watch out for, but I felt like at last EWC, he didn't really get to show up. The player that did show up big for me and has been showing up all year long for this XLG squad is Happyway on the Sentinel. I think he's a star in this team. I think, personally, might be the best player in XLG.
I love that you guys called out the 2 players with the most fun names to commentate. Martin, of course, we will hear Athena screaming in the 1v1s. Let's get into our agent selection, though, as our players are getting ready for this matchup. We're stalling a little bit as we're waiting on one player, I'm told. So while we're getting ready for this one, talk to me about where they've had success in the qualifiers to get to this point. Athena, what maps are you looking at, and which agents do you expect to be seeing on them?
Dude, Gentlemates actually surprised everyone in EMEA because they beat Foot in the final game to qualify 3. And the reason that they surprised everyone was because Foot actually had made it to Masters London, came back and couldn't finish it off. And it was just insane to see how Foot, the number 3 seed from EMEA, had dropped to Gentlemates, who barely scraped by groups.
We've got our maps up and running here on our 3rd monitor. So walk me through the Breeze and Lotus picks. Why are those our first 2?
Dude, tell me why XLG picked Breeze, because I have my own opinions.
Breeze is an interesting one because I feel like Gentlemates have banned this one a lot in the past, but Sunset's been banned out nice and early here. I think teams maybe still not quite comfortable bringing that one back to the mix. Lotus going first to Shilai, they like to play that one a lot. No surprise. You'll see.
Once EWC, when they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved forever. But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there. But now you come in defending that title. That's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this event, they have got you've got a target on your back. And they're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map it's harder. It's going to be so much harder. But at least, yeah, see, especially with the comp you're against.
It's like, you're a really sick Phoenix, you're going to play Phoenix. You're a really good Raze, you're going to play Raze. And we're just not going to have the ego about having to play Duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rianz.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rianz. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Dolorans stop anybody from trading. A rifle now recovered. And Team Heretics 4 versus 2. It has to be Bai and Shrimp with a big clutch.
Chance to springboard into this.
There.
Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantages of the round have somewhat faded away. And it's looking like an easy cleanup. Shrimp has managed to survive for a moment, but it's Rianz to close out the round.
Advanced CT.
Oh, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well, thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other buy rounds. And this works out perfectly for them, especially the fight on the site. The fact that there is some thorns there to stop any trading, any re-aggression from the rest of the team. So everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open. It's a massacre in A main. All Gamers, they've pretty much won the round right as it started.
Yeah, you have to look at the remaining two players on Heretics and go, do they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind and try and get something done here. But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us anything? And look at the way the attackers are currently setting up. There are 3 players towards Tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fanga almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up with no problems at all. All Gamers take a 4-1 lead on the 3rd and final map of this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting thing, because coming into today, I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether, because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Or 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering. But again, I think that All Gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. Up against Heretics, again, on map 1, we see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I could see anybody doing some damage, but at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first 17 rounds of map 1, that was the team.
Yeah.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, All Gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like, actually wild. From because it's not just the round wins. Like, when it was 7-2, that could have been a more even half. But then when we pushed up to 12, it was like, no, the Heretics have now got the win in their sails. They're now looking dominant.
Yeah. Woot was like by far the best player in the server
like
at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah, and now it has been anything but that. All Gamers have stepped up, and it's not just been one. Like, I think GRQ has been a big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying in the last map. Fangir has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much in terms of information already. A double opener. The reveal from Rianz was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Kira hasn't either had a chance to use it or a reason to. And after saving in the last round, or sorry, having enough credits to buy into this one, I should say. This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
Oh, GRQ, Shrimp, and Bai left in a 3v5. No space anywhere on the map. Heretics have full control of Rubble, but it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot holding from the sideline, waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go. The wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's lost it. A big pick by Shrimp. Showstopper no longer online for all gamers, so they have to become the missile themselves. Shredding the first few fights, and Bai! That double has sealed the round. This was Heretics all over. An instant double, and yet this three-man squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be devastated. We almost need a pause soon.
Well, I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So, like, his final kill is him on his last legs because there was a great wallbang, and then it was completely irrelevant in the end because Bai is able to step in. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There just seems to be so much depth of talent that even in a 3v5 scenario, everything can still go wrong for the side of Heretics. Nice shot from Cosmaris to start. They've dealt the kill they would have loved to have in the last round. By the way, that Showstopper's still online.
Yeah, Kira's had it for a while. Hadn't had the chance to use it. Man advantage with Bai down. Pistols stacked up on this C site. But all gamers seem to have sensed the danger. Problem is, that's not the only danger. You saw Koshmaris trying to go for a pick through that door, but it's not to be. All gamers slow it down. Chance to freeze. And moving back in the other direction. Risky, as we've said, like they have no control at the moment. Players could have pushed up with Bai dead. They could have pushed up B, for all they know, until they've cleared the space just now. A Rubble's been taken from them before. It has been again. But what worked last time was just contacting up to B and bursting through that wall. And I think we're going to see the same again. The difference is this time, it's not going to be Woot. It's Koshmaris instead, but he hasn't really got the gun for this. Good tag. Oh,
okay.
You're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free. Showstopper gone once again. TP in towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower Bai to potentially make this one work. Instead, though, they've got a few seconds before their weaponry dissipates. I think that may have even missed the remaining couple. That means they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The Boombot coming in from behind, and Rien's once again adding another to the pile of bodies. It's the low Bai rounds that are working out for Heretics. Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
I don't really know what to say about that for Heretics. They probably shouldn't be doing that. But if it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaris. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy. It's good to get the advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took out Bai at the beginning of the round, so it really was
crucial.
Just a huge round for Koshmaris. It's whether they can build off of this, though. Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own, but Bai is waiting, denies, and it's just straight back to regular programming for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 Ninja defuse.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped between the remaining attackers.
He's not
right
completely
on the C
surrounded.
Side. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, he is actually on the other side of the map, which in this case is a negative.
It's strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them, it's understandable, right? All gamers are flooding in and taking a lot of favorable duels. But when it comes to this round, I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit. But they get punished for it. And it's, again, it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands,
6-2.
the disadvantages come along with it. And I don't know at what stage we will see a pause out of that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
All gamers.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Like, if you're winning every single full buy round, every ult that you're utilizing seems to have high impact, and that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting those rounds where you're like, okay, we never should have won that. Let's do something off it. Let's go for a contact play into middle, take some control. Let's try and pincer them while they're executing onto C, catch them through the door. And each time you get absolutely nothing for it. It's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more, they'll be okay because, again, they picked up a load of rifles. But if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, that's exactly it. Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, it looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. The barrier's up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics, it is time to start connecting rounds. They have a showstopper to work with and a full buy, but these are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaris.
He's done well once again. In fact, he's been one of the players really stepping up. Riens is the other. Showstopper, not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position.
2v4.
Mara's back on the Neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable, though it was the spams that did the work. And now this double up, the Turkish duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work, at least. Clearing the second might be difficult, and while Riens really has been on a tear. Another triple kill to add to his collection. I think that's either 11 or 12 kills, and considering the current scoreline, that's a lot.
Yeah, considering they're trailing by that much, it's been a big step up from him. When you take a look at Koshmaris, though, the impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings. He's only 6-6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
He has literally put...
And they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these boys.
There's that maths.
0.6 recurring.
Nice.
They'll need more. The showstopper used up in the previous. You look over at All Gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and Fangir having the ult. There's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. 1:15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand, and you can see on the other side, Woot's waiting to crunch, but All Gamers going the other way.
It's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well. Benji Fishy picking up one on the other side of the map. Caught walking through the wall. Woot's here just in time. And there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same, tuck in on Rubble and save these weapons. Team Heretics are back on the board, and 6-4. Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised, though, that we haven't seen All Gamers just go for a more direct hit. I felt like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think that's going to help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Kira having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board. But again, they're going to stick it out with the default.
Come on,
I think it's
AGL,
also
come
a
on.
bit different in this round where they come in with a couple of ultimates. So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaris.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt. They felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. The shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
I'm liking the re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Boo has called for it, though. Seems like he has the right read, as he's asked Woot to come in to support. Of course, no nade available anymore, but they're looking to try and pressure onto him. Instead, though, both players have been destroyed. Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is firmly under the control of all gamers again, although Koshmaris was hoping to try and catch someone crossing. Instead, they're already there, and Riens has found a kill back.
Nightfall's going to catch two, both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful to not swing out here. That timing awful as Riens checks up top, finds Shrimp looking the other way. Kira's fallen. And with an op still lurking around, there's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle, tries to bait the shot, but can't quite get there. And Riens rounds the corner for his 4th kill of the round. Dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
Nah, he's genuinely been unbelievable in the last few rounds. Like you were talking about a double opener in towards the site where it seemed like they would never have an opportunity of any control. He catches the aggressive operator player, and then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically Riens has, well, he's brought it back more than level just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
One round between them. Despite Riens being 15-6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times. They've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break them on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the showstopper. A bold play by Kira. The spam is awful for Koshmaris.
Nice.
And instead of fighting for neck and neck at the half, it looks like Team Heretics will be conceding 7-5. A big pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
But that was Koshmaris. He thought he finished the first. Woo, he's not even going to check the angle, and I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Riens, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but it would have to be another Riens round if they were ever going to have a chance. And the second he's eliminated, that's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose Pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even. But if you watch those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each other. You think about the start for all gamers playing super aggressive. They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I think Heretics start to adapt. They start to get control over Rubble relatively free in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in where the setup from Benji is on C, then it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Koshmaris as well, delivering a couple of shots. But really, the difference maker was Riens. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt. But they are being challenged in the opening round of the groups.
Well, that's the thing. They will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With all gamers in with the lead, a chance to be one win away from making it to the playoff stage. And well, I would say maybe if Heretics had seen the result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more confident that they'd be able to win that lower bracket match. But also, it makes you think that either they're going to get a rematch versus all gamers if it does end up in a decider, or they're going to have to face an MIBR who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent. And I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game, which I'll be honest, if they play like they did, I don't think they're going to be in.
No. No, not at all. For Team Heretics, a 2-round gap as we come in to half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps now that they can put the pressure on. The tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy, nice start onto Kira. Nice shot onto Shrimp. It looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind. Well, Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance onto Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Riens. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Fang now in a 1v5. And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Riens isn't even going to give him anything. And just smart play from the initiator, sitting back. And even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Oh, last mein le gaya go.
At least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much needed win in the pistol. You falter there, and all gamers continue that steamroll. 7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially
welcome, bhai.
how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Riens, but that's the thing. You have to imagine it, because we're not seeing it just yet.
Welcome, bhai.
You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet. Hello. That's a lot of players has been spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky.
Hello,
considering they now could just leave. They could just fall back to push through the smoke. Looking to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps would be hard.
Hello, hello.
Unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
बड़े बुरे आएंगे तो से भी भाई होना बड़े जल्दी आए
3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done, so we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next.
Guys, like and subscribe, guys. Like and subscribe.
Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map.
This is a game
for Heretics. Like we said, coming to this event to defend the title. It's not off to a great start.
No. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. That's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were
going
to have a chance to
आज तो Friday है, dry day.
Trophy for a second time.
आज क्यों नहीं?
Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but
बस मैं हूँ
getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb. They don't want to let this slip.
मेरे को तो बंदा बोल रहा था silver लगाएंगे आज हम silver.
As we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket match competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself too as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A third in this round. And then Abe buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure. That time ticking. He has to find him. And they can play Ring of Rosie or just take him down. 8-7 now. Team Heretics in the lead.
A huge bonus round victory. More importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the showstopper. Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretics' fingers, they now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive side because, well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
Always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only 1 round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close. Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Towards A. But I do think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position for Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, with Kira down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players. They managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9, something like that. Like he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rienz. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped, no matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
जो ये बंदे हैं ना, ये बंदे देखा
वायरलेस यूज करते हैं और हम वायर्ड वाला यूज करते हैं. GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill on Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoias. I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Glass cannon up as well.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on. You make noise, you group up. They get a whiff of it, there's going to be a rocket coming your way.
This is something Heretics do quite regularly. They go wall hunting. They like to just remove that piece of utility. And it forces rotations. Like, just look already, like, GRQ has had to go all the way back to the C site just to try and help out. They don't have any intentions of going in that direction. Now, it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not he can get one and get out. Now, bear in mind, as said, he doesn't have any shields to play with. And he's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A side completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open, because it's not anymore. Op's going to be forced back. You said the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rienz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper. Now he can't see a damn thing, and Woot rips Kira out of the round. Great response from Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a haunt in there as well that revealed him while flying through the air, so while being blinded just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed, and wow, it's a whiff or two, and Bai does a lot of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. And it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds, who gives a damn?
A masterful play.
Nice,
the second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance. It's a shame because the paranoia was good, but it didn't seem to matter too much. Woot has gone from being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and he's cutting off the head of all gamers. Come on now, there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy. And Woot goes into the next with a showstopper because he's built up all of those orbs. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient. And Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half. You can see it. No walls spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere.
Last round
just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there. So maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though. Because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
Fangir's very lucky. Didn't swing deep into that angle. They were ready and waiting. 3 players staring at him, and the jump was a huge mistake. That's what he didn't notice on the first swing. Good job from Kira. Koshmaris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. Flank around by GRQ. It's being watched, and Rienz pixel perfect on the shot. Showstopper can't even land in time, and Shrimp is gone. This was the full buy for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out. A very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but none quite like this just yet.
They need the money.
At this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Rienz is actually going to box Kira into position. He holds onto the gun. That's a nice shot. But doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B, and it's definitely not walking into Woot. But the disparity between his first half and second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive, but I think either 1 or 2 kills away from being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, considering where we started. This whole series has been like that, though. I feel like no performance can keep up from half to half.
Strong finish.
Yeah. But this
Wu
is the
bookend.
No, he's the walls closing in on AG. And at this point, it is starting to feel like an inevitability. But you know, I said that before, and we ended up 13 to 11.
A great time for a pause right now.
Easy,
this would be a really good time for all gamers to take a pause.
I feel like the scoreline's too close. At this point, you have to just let it run the distance, you know?
I want to know what inspiring words are coming through from the coaching staff, because whatever it was on map 1, it did work. It brought them back from 12-5 to, unfortunately, 12-11 and tasting defeat, but they did manage to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like, it felt like in the second half there has been no chance of them winning a round. Like, obviously the Boo 1v2 was their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack side, 0 opportunities or mistakes left for the defense. But hey, 12-5. They managed to win 6 in a row. Well, they only need 5 to get to OT.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the attack side, though, where they came in with a much more clear direction.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite pacey attacks. But hey, look, the details here, they're doing the same thing. They might not be on the red side, but they are attacking. Pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round knowing we lose this, it's over. We make 1 mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B site. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A with ease, and instead they stood and waited. Rienz again, dealing death and dishing it out at plenty. All gamers.
Oh my God.
Wow. The question is, can he get the ace to close it out? Because I don't think they can win it anymore.
Well, Wu was making a comeback to try and take the top of the board. Unfortunately, Rienz has made sure that there is absolutely no chance, unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Rienz dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the clearance of the site, and now Bai is all that remains. Rienz has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons. But you've already heard the Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry in. He does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift, but he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough. Step through the thorns would have been the end, and there it is. Boo with the wall bang to close us. 13-7.
Easy,
and our title defense shaky, but the series is under their belt.
It's been a very weird game. Map number 1 looked like they were going to win dominantly. Map number 2, they got dominated. And then map number 3, it looked like they were going to lose. And then they kind of win dominantly because of that 8-0 second half. It has been a peculiar day, but ultimately for Heretics, they got the victory. And that's all they're going to care about. They go into a matchup, I believe, versus MIBR, which on paper sounds like an absolute banger.
Well, for Team Heretics, I had questions about them coming in, how they'd perform on this stage after London, and now I have more questions. What I saw here today made me confused, but oddly hopeful for what Heretics can do. Here to defend a title and starting it off with success. 1 away from playoffs. It's a good run for Heretics, but hey, listen, I think they might have given Weber a little bit of stress there.
Yeah, for sure. I think all gamers as well, a good opportunity for them in the lower bracket, but that's enough from us, Mitch. I think we've talked too much already, and a man who, he's waving at me because I'm not allowing him to, okay, take it, Digon, take it.
Thank you very much. You know, it's like, hey, come on, man. You casted the second series is already over on the B stream. We already know who won. Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. As yes, it is Team Heretics getting it together after a slow first half on that map 3 after losing their own map.
Just knocks them all down, and only Raga alive now, who won't be able to do anything. A second flawless in the first 4 rounds. But of course, that was no guns again for the side of XLG. Vithron coming up their second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet. Otherwise, XLG need to be able to pilot this one.
बस अभी थोड़ी देर के
lock
लिए ब्रेक
down
होगी इनकी
and
अभी
show the grit that's
और
necessary.
I gotta say, I was worried for them in this first
10
half. It was
मिनट के लिए चलो 10
energy, and it should have been more. The
2-3
amount of
मिनट की तो
times that
इनकी
Heretics came back from these
चिट-चैट होती
deficits,
है
I feel like they were
8 मिनट
getting
की ब्रेक होगी
cooked in
इनकी
A main. I thought, wow, this is not a strong
8
map for them
मिनट
from
में
a
आएंगे
macro
मतलब
perspective.
प्लेयर
Then
आएंगे
the
फिर
half
बैटिंग
flips,
स्टेज
and that's when it really
सेट होगा
begins for Team
चेकअप
Heretics.
होगा
You just see them heat up on that attacker side. It's so smooth from them.
10
And I think
मिनट लग
they
जाएंगे
showed
अभी
why they were able to lift that trophy last year. Being able to bounce back and show that resilience is truly the mark of winners.
अभी तो पीछे वो खाली कर रहे हैं टेबल खाली कर रहे हैं
decided to turn the monitor on and decided no, this is not going to go your way. Both of the opponents in their group are going to be very, very hard, as Tom was saying, against MIBR is going to be absolutely crazy. Of course, we will have to put MIBR as the favorites after the performance that they just had against Global Esports, but for Team Heretics, there's many more things that you will learn from losses than you learn from victories, and at the end of the day, my man showed up. My man showed up. When it mattered most, Rian showed up. That's what matters.
Bald Rien's, again, showing up huge here. No hair needed, whatever. He did fantastic, especially down that stretch, closing out that final round, hunting for the ace, but ended up...
he was visibly pissed when he was...
Yeah, he was annoying. You heard it.
Perfect. He was perfect.
Guys.
But I think that's good, given the fact that around halftime, they looked a little dejected. They looked like,
yeah.
We can't find any way to get any sort of traction going here.
Yeah, I'm very much so. I really do. I think it shows their class that they're able to have such a dominant second half after what we saw at the start. And like I say, being able to win these tough games shows that experience. It really shows how far they can go in this tournament. Not every win has to look beautiful, guys. Sometimes it can look a little bit ugly. That's okay. It's that opener here at the EWC. We can only see them grow from here.
We always have very short memory when it comes to tournaments, but if we actually think about the Esports World Cup last year for Team Heretics, they were on the brink of elimination constantly.
Yeah.
And it was actually Rian's clutching a 1v2, the most insane round that you would never think you would get. He would get it and he would keep Team Heretics alive. So it's good to see that it's a team effort in this time around. And for the side of all gamers, seriously, they put up such a great fight. I think that they have a great chance against GE.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, again, the fact that the other series, we don't know what to make of it in terms of MIBR and Global Esports. Was it a bad day for Global? Did MIBR finally have all the firepower working and they were that good? And then you look at this matchup, I think AGL acquit themselves so well. These might be the two favorites to make it on out of the group, just based off of how the series went.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it for sure. I was pretty impressed overall by all gamers today. I feel like they showed that they can hang individually. GRQ especially, when he was on that Phoenix. Give me more of that Phoenix, man. I was so impressed by it. But I also think their game planning was pretty solid. Yes, they fell to Heretics, but Heretics are a great team.
So do you think that if instead of Lotus, we would have gone to another map, let's say Sunset, and they would have stuck to that Phoenix, do you think that we would have seen all gamers getting the W? Because I think it's pretty possible.
Well, we'll answer that question in just a bit, because standing by right now with Janiro is the victorious Rienz. Take it away, Jenny.
Thank you, Digon. Rienz, congratulations on locking this one out. You gave us a little bit of a heart attack here and there. You had to make it go all the way to 3 maps.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, first map, I think we got to come back a little bit, you know, on defense. And after the map, Wood said, we need to make it entertaining, you know? And then second map, I mean, obviously, I'm just joking, but like, they played well. I don't think we played like really bad, but they were just better, I would say. And it was like small margins, you know? And then on the third one, I think we just played clean, on attack especially. And yeah, it was a good game.
You managed to bring it back, and coming into this event in general, you guys are the title holders. You need to defend that title. So this was maybe a little bit of a hiccup, a slower start. Moving forward, what are you going to be focusing on to make sure you get to that final?
I mean, as usual, just focusing on ourselves, you know, playing good as a team and individually, like being on point. I think it's important, but most importantly, like as I told you, it's just playing as a team and like trusting your teammates and stuff, you know. And that's what we're going to focus on. And that's what I'm going to focus on individually as well. So yeah, hopefully we can get to final again.
Well, not hopefully. You have to like say it with confidence. Say it again.
We will get to final.
All right, that's what I want to hear. But I also want to talk about your individual performance, because you're bringing out consistency, not just on the regional stages, but also in the internationals. And every single map, you're able to just dominate and be that spearhead for your team. What do you think has given you the power to be so consistent?
I think it's just my team, you know. if you're performing well as a team, I'm just playing good. Like, I'm really like connected to my team, I would say. Like, if you're playing really bad as a team, I cannot just drop 30, you know? But if they're doing their job, like communicating and stuff, like if everyone gives their 20%, and I will like finish it, you know? So yeah, I just like my teammates, and when they're good, I'm also good.
Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna let you go. That's it from us over here. We're gonna be heading it back over to the desk. So Digon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Rienz, 23-10 in that final map, plus 13, plus 4 overall. And as Jenny was saying, the spearhead for the team, trying to be that catalyst needed. But you look across that roster, we know how good they can be. Where do you think there's a little bit room to grow here in the things that they learned from this series?
Coach Big Time, my favorite.
I mean, it does feel like, to me, composure is going to be a big thing. I think mentality is often overlooked when you talk about the tactical side of the game, because you can't allow teams to get 5 rounds in a row on you after a timeout. So I want to see them bounce back from that. I also want to see Ascent. I think Ascent needs work for sure. I don't want to see them pick that again. I don't want to see Koshmaras on the Phoenix. I think this is a team that is good at what they do, and they do that very well. So I don't want to see experimentation here. I want them to play their own game. That's what I'm after.
What if they were to play the Ascent but without the Phoenix?
Well, then I'd
like
be more into
back.
it. It's a map. It's a map they've been good at. It's not a map issue for me. That was a little bit of a comp issue and a composer issue. So I think those are the biggest things to fix. But I think there's very good signs here. This is an incredible team. We know how fantastic they can be.
I think that those situations cannot tear them apart. When Team Heretics go quiet, bad sign. You know, we win together, we lose together.
Right.
Sometimes the rounds are we're going to go up against people that are going to shoot us down, literally. Like, we're not going to have anything to do. You kind of have to laugh it off. You know who's very good at laughing it off? G2. I think that they're very good at getting and putting those things behind.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights from this last one as we close out here on Team Heretics' victory over AGAL, and we'll start tipping into that G2 versus NongShim matchup. You brought up Koshmaras.
Yeah.
Minus 12 overall on that one on the double duelist here, but had moments, including at the beginning when he was pulling out the Ares, pulling out the Odin, and, you know, doing stuff that doesn't necessarily translate on the scoreboard.
The problem is that this differs a lot from the Koshmaras that we were seeing back in EMEA, right? At Koshmaras that spearheads actually the rest of the team, and is the one that incites to the change in the side of Heretics that made them show a different face. The Residue, though, it's still there. Wood is playing incredibly well. I think the Benji also had a little bit of a resurgence, as we're seeing here in this highlights on the last map, and that's what matters most.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the big thing. This is the team, but I don't think this was their A game by far. I don't think this was them at 100%, but they did the job and they got the win. That's the most important thing here. And I say this time and time again, but that's what the great teams do. They can win even when it's ugly. So yes, there's room to grow, but this game does give me some confidence for Heretics.
Yeah, and look at all the aggression that all gamers was putting in from this defense, trying to get the control that they had back in the attack, but it was just simply not possible. Although some of the shots that we've seen coming out from there, incredibly elegant and beautiful to get on the board. Them against Global Esport, I have a favorite.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think all gamers can walk away from this holding their head high. They took the reigning winners here of VALORANT and EWC the whole distance, and it honestly felt like they could have even taken it. So I think they'll be feeling good.
Like and subscribe.
I hope that they do not think a lot about that first map, because I don't want them to
let
leave.
it go.
I don't want them to leave this best of 3 thinking this should have been a 2-0.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
it is the pistols, and if we would have gotten the pistol just like in the rest of the game. So I'm going to say it, and now it's on the table, and now we don't think about it anymore, and we move forward.
Yeah, because I brought up Koshmaras because, you know, on the duelist, you want to go ahead and make sure that your impact is felt on the scoreboards and in big moments. On the opposite side, we were gloating about GRQ. He had a fantastic map 1, fantastic map 2 on the Phoenix. Then flips on over to the Omen. He was the caboose on the team. He was -8 for AGAL. Can you imagine if he's humming at all cylinders in those important rounds as well? Maybe it's a composition thing, and Fengir is the one that has to go ahead flex to the smokes. A lot to talk about there on the AGAL side for upside.
There is good and there is bad, right? Because if I am Global Esports right now, the first thing that I'm thinking when I'm thinking about going against all gamers and the veto is I don't want them to, I want to try and force them to go into maps where they're not playing the Phoenix and trying to go into this kind of areas. So let's see what they think of it.
I mean, we speak about this a lot, the flexibility of players. Flexibility is an amazing thing if you can make it work, but it can be a hindrance. The feeling of playing a Phoenix where you want to be, you know, you're going in for those trades afraid, you're one of the first in, you're able to be aggressive, where you're an Omen, where if you die, your team has no smokes. You know, there's a stark contrast there. So if you're having a swap mid-series, we often see players struggle with this. With a little bit more time, we might be able to get it down. But I think the quick fix for them is keep playing him on the Phoenix wherever you can. That's my advice there.
Yeah, all right, man. Team Heretics getting themselves on the board here. The title defenders 1-0 in terms of their series score in this opener against AGAL. That's the thing that we love about EWC, the groups, and getting to see the form that all the teams are in. And now we finally get our first look at Group C. It is G2 and NongShim, Americas versus Pacific after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Break आ गई guys. Break. इधर ये बढ़िया लगाते हैं बैनर वुनर से कमिंग अप नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम भी पे ऐसा कुछ है नहीं कुछ खास दिखा नहीं मैंने स्ट्रीम भी पे अभी ये वाला बड़ी सही लगता मुझे
Door goes down, door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Oh, shit.
Hi guys.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Team Heretics for Guess the Track. How comfortable are you with the Valorant voice lines?
For me, I play Turkish in-game.
I just repeat the voice line when I hear them. I don't actually remember them.
I will leave a blank in the voice line and you just have to fill it in yourselves. If you get the correct one, it's 1 point. But if you're funny, you get 3 points.
Are we like getting points as a team? Like you are picking the best one or individually?
Yeah. So you guys are playing against each other. Yeah.
Me, bro. Get me, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the first one. There's a blank. There is no reason I know that.
Okay, maybe I know it.
Bro, I'm so confused.
You can't just steal mine.
But wait, I'm confused. Maybe I didn't understand the content. So the sentence is there is no reason.
I know that.
I know that, but at the beginning.
At the beginning, you write anything.
Okay.
Wallah,
Wallah, there is no reason I know that. You see, it makes sense. Okay, I admit it. I put it in the end.
You have to put it up.
Because I know that.
What? I don't know. I thought it was Cypher voice line, but no.
You were gonna win, but then
the Wallah one is good.
the voice line is bodies decompose after 12 hours in acid.
Oh, the Viper voice line. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's no way I could write
Wait,
that.
this is too long, by the way. I thought.
Yeah, but that was funny.
There is the whole
That's
sentence.
okay.
So it's gonna be like a
Yeah,
word.
yeah, me too. I thought it was a one
Yeah,
word.
you get 3
points. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Remember, blank, super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
But it felt like there is no blank. It's
No,
just
there is.
correct.
Wait,
Remember that.
you read this one.
Okay.
In your accent.
remember, super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
But Phoenix then. I mean, still, but there's no blank, no?
So the voice line is, remember, stay out of the fire.
Stay
Super
out of the
high
fire.
level
Yes,
tactic.
Don't forget to hydrate.
Yeah?
Shooting the head is high level technique, remember, yeah?
It's pretty accurate.
I just put in it.
I just put cheers.
Remember,
Bro,
cheers.
something-
It doesn't make sense.
I put that night.
I'll give it to Boo.
Okay,
It was the
thank you.
funniest one out of everything.
Thank you.
Your mind is just as dangerous as your...
Wait, I remember this.
I don't know if I'm gaslighting myself into believing that this is the correct one or not. I say,
Kaboom! Kaboom!
what the?
I put guns.
Pretty close, pretty
yeah,
close.
because I remember a bit, but
But it's not the right word, but it's pretty
yeah,
close.
I know.
I mean, I just put fish fingers.
Firepower.
I put
No,
weapons.
Yeah, weapons.
I think
You
that's
have
the real
1
one.
point,
I
'cause
think
it's
that's the
right.
real one.
Yes, bro,
Which
that's
is the funniest?
I knew it. It's something like guns or weapons.
Okay, Yeah. I'll
Now
just
I
do wood
remember, yes.
tactics. I'll just do right.
Okay, so we're giving you 1 point for being right, but we have to give a point, 3 points for being
I mean,
funny.
of course, kaboom. Yeah, just
okay.
random word wood.
I got an idea. What if we, I don't know, blank.
Just write something. It's a bro. good setup.
I
You
can't
don't play
find
Gecko.
something funny, bro.
Just write kaboom, bro. You'll get 3 points.
I got an idea. What if we, I don't know, grab the spike?
Oh.
Oh, now everybody, show me what you got.
What if we spin on our heads?
Valid?
What if we kiss?
Okay.
What if we...
The eye contact, though.
Yeah. Don't look at
Wait,
her.
you know what I mean, bro.
Boobies cooking.
What if we boobies go gnu together?
Okay, I just said dye our hair to purple.
Yeah.
3 points. We have one job. Blank. No excuses.
If we try to guess the real line, we can maybe say. Like, because me and Benji actually tried, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got
Okay, so-
defeat our opponents.
Okay, what was yours?
Eliminate our enemy.
Oh.
No, no. Win the war.
I put...
What war, bro?
It says, we have one job. Save this earth. No excuse.
Oh, like what the...
Well, thank you guys so much for joining and thank you guys for watching as well. That's it from us over here. Back to the studio.
In the ₹9 workshop that you're providing, what all do you cover?
In ₹9, you'll learn how to automate your reports, how to automate your presentation, how you can create entire applications without having any coding.
आ जाओ गाइस, स्टार्ट होने वाली है स्ट्रीम अब। आज का लास्ट मैच वैलोरेंट का। चलो गाइस, G2 versus NS।
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. Tigon here alongside Kakuka and Big Time as we get ourselves ready for the final opening match of Valorant 2026. It is Group C, and it is the champs of NA versus Pacific. It's G2 versus NongShim RedForce. And Big Time, it's time to watch your former colleague in Baby Bay, one of the best stories in all of esports, against the team from your region. How you
Where's your heart?
How you feeling, man?
Where's your heart?
Come on, man.
I love Baby Bear as much as everyone. He was here with us last year.
There's a butt coming.
I know, I feel it.
But
That's crazy.
It's hard for me to root against Pacific. It's what it's where I'm born and bred. It's where my Valorant career was raised. So I always got to support them a little bit. Those young kids across the stage, they also have an amazing story to them as well. I think they've really been through the ringer. And for me, I would still put them as the underdogs today. But that's where they want to be. So.
That's the story that he has fabricated, right?
No, it's true.
You've been asking me a lot of explanation about, hey, what happened with KC, what has been going on with Heritage Vitality, blah, 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 all this EMEA teams. What is happening with NongShim, okay?
Okay. Because let me give you the whole history of NongShim. 2024, they're SPG at Ascension. They are probably the greatest team I've ever scrimmed against. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe how fantastic these young kids are. They qualify to Pacific absolutely perfectly. Flawlessly, they think that this is an open shut case. They think they're about to go lift trophies. They don't. They have a strugglesome year. They go back to Ascension again. They win it again, and then they hit that form. The Neon gets buffed. Dambi goes crazy with it. You see them run Santiago flawlessly, lifting that trophy, but it's not been smooth sailing. They're back to that turbulence. It's been inconsistent since then. So that question is, we know they have championship form. We know that they've managed to lift so many trophies now over that time, 2 different Ascensions and the Masters. Can they do it at EWC?
No, Morgan, the question is, what happened? Because we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy, and we're so strong, and that would be so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change?
I
Morgan, what did you do?
wish I had nice things to say about this change, because I hated it. They took Dambi, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's when they started to lose. It's all about enabling Dambi, apparently. Apparently. It's all about enabling Dambi to be free to be able to shoot and not have to be that first man in. But that's where he's at his best. That was during that period of turbulence. But for the EWC qualifiers, they swapped back. Dambi was back on the Neon, so it's not a surprise that they managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer was there all along. You have the best player in the world on Neon. Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit, because you want Dambi to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of Americas, and that is the title that they've had many times. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Shilai Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You look there at the right, we're all smiling looking at Baby Bay's face that of course you were seeing last year sitting with us. But we know all the experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? When is the legend born?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team, they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy? Not if. It's managed to do it, right? Surely the team this good on paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region, then wins Masters like so much faster.
But it's personal, man. It's
huge storyline there. Because
it's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still do it, and don't achieve it, all of a sudden, that pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind, the monkey off your back that you got to get rid of, that G2 are also fighting. And to do that against NongShim, who've promoted up, they played free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down and then played free again, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are G2 could be looking in the mirror like, oh, this This could be us.
Yeah. I mean, it very much could
Coulda,
be.
woulda, shoulda.
But that's the problem for me with this G2 roster is it's the story of almost time and time again. You know, cast your mind back to Shanghai. Bangkok is what I'm thinking of. Against T1.
What year was that? You need to talk to me in years.
2025.
I've been everywhere.
First Masters 2025.
Yes,
They're
I
in
remember
the
now.
finals against T1, and they should have won it. They should have won it, but they don't. And
But
that's
Pacific on top.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea: is that it feels like they're so good. They're a team that's good enough to win the trophy, but are they composed enough to win the trophy? That's the big question we ask of them, bringing themselves here to EWC.
When we talk about star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here to see if Dambi is actually back on the Neon. I think everybody should be incredibly excited. Yes, there's been the nerves and whatnot, but if other players are making it work, there is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogimo. I feel like Jogimo has been a little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, you know, and EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. Leaf, one singular Leaf is all it takes. So this guy, he's rated as one of the top players in the world. Consistently, he's in that discussion. He's in everybody's top 10, but he doesn't have that trophy yet. He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him if G2 are going to be able to go the distance.
And what about NongShim?
Now, I'm taking away Dambi. You can't say Dambi.
Okay.
So other than Dambi,
that's fine.
who
For
else
me,
you got?
It's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He's supporting, but since they've swapped back, moved down beyond to that Neon, it's X-Ross who's playing that secondary duelist. It's him that's on that Phoenix. Now, his career before NongShim, he was a duelist player. He adapted for them before. If he's able to fill that second man in role beautifully behind Dambi, that's when this team gets incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here for our final opening match of EWC 2026. And G2, NongShim going head-to-head. G2 taking Breeze. So Breeze going to be in there. Ascent out. We've seen so much Ascent so far in the tournament. Sunset getting locked on in here as a second map for NongShim, leaving up a couple more. Split still in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you know about the previous history of NongShim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, you can play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for NongShim for me will be a very, very interesting map because...
Ooh, no, this is super interesting.
Okay.
That's what we've been getting. Yeah. No, Haven, thank you so much for every team that doesn't choose Haven. I love you. Seriously, thank you. I was going to say, for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor, and then like Viper Astra, I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Man, NongShim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it.
Did they win?
They won. That's the thing. It baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive hollow name, pues you will have to go, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love to go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for that. So we do have the Aiden select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a Harbor there, but it is an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see what Jogimo is going to be doing here as we have to wait for things to settle down. X-Ross, how much do you rate it, especially considering the ones that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like X-Ross on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. It does look like Dambi's going to be sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trantis is going to be staying in that Soba. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogemo is not on the Neon.
No.
It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys. He knows that we're watching.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Danby on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player
How
in the tournament on the Neon,
आएगा.
trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2 and NongShim RedForce on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here. As it turns out, the desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching VALORANT on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match NongShim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova, you've got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny NongShim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get those sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case. It's NongShim spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Want to send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that that very well could be. Danby is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valin, that's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
This is a sprint forward, quick little glance over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on NongShim. A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Shogamo's going to be taken down. Relay Bolt into the corner, has him stunned up. Meanwhile, the slide in, and Baby Bay's going to be able to find one, but Ivy comes away with a third. As Baby Bay's just not going to be fast enough to strike him down. The swing out, Francis already has him dispatched. And that's going to be the opening pistol going the way of NongShim RedForce.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from NongShim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here. It's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Danby, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive, the way he creates space. But it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those back lines, along with Francis, doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for NongShim.
I mean, not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that going back to Santiago, Ivy was the one that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their win, with their lift of the trophy. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be a full-out fight here in mid. And G2 very much the ones limping away from this. X-Ross will get taken down. Francis, a quick turn to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a timing as Valin through shop. Leaf will be able to hold his own for one. Bandit chance to get some more damage through. Can click some heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion. 3 players surviving, key weaponry going to be carried over, and a 2-0 start for NongShim.
Yeah, I mean, a couple little nice moments from G2 in this one. A little setup there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out, and getting that early kill onto X-Ross, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage, obviously. You know, there's a lot of really good players on NongShim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2, one that made them bleed for the first time at that tournament. Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, NongShim coming away with a win in that upper semifinal. Meanwhile, drone is going to be sent forward. Francis spotting out Baby Bay.
Well, they've gotten an idea that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fake pretty well here for the team. Will find themselves a fairly open a site, so Plant can come in, but NongShim are going to be very quickly re-wrapping around the back of this through that main as Ivy continues to explore a little bit further towards the attacker's spawn. But now fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one. Damby setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Wall's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical missed timing. He does look back at the moment, still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but NongShim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately G2 able to find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now, with an opportunity to get some damage in, but no. With the on the spray, Trent surviving, still very healthy. As it will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up. Even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B-Link, and it completely fools NongShim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here back and forth as NongShim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb, as Exros has been newly kind of anointed as the secondary duelist for NongShim. You know, behind Domby, who has been back on permanent Neon duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team, so a decision that kind of, I think, makes sense overall. Francis very flexible, very good, no matter what you throw him on. But Exros, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament is Phoenix. Very powerful here within the qualifier, but Midway's going to be able to strike a little bit faster. Francis trades it back, but then gets traded out as Valen will come away with that second kill. So player advantage now in the hands of NongShim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Downby collects a Vandal. Try to utilize that for this retake.
Late lurk by Leaf.
Low scale across, looking for that stun. Jogamo does get caught by the relay bolt, going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there. Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately is going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Packing to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the Cove will fall, and so too shall RB. And G2 tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map. They've got some really neat, you know, kind of setups that they're running. We're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you would expect from this team. Well rehearsed, well drilled. Domby's been playing a lot of operator during his free time. I've been seeing him posting a lot of clips on his social media, but right there, can't connect with the shot, and that's pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer. Could have maybe avoided that danger of Leaf at the very end, but that extra layer for G2 because you couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it, so just some spam shots out, no connections found.
But G2's been playing the beginning of the round the same way. Being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from NongShim.
Glitch. Players down on the shop side. Footsteps being made. Valen still able to get the weapon out, and Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out as RB does manage to get a decent amount of damage across a collat on the Valen. Trent. Downby with one. Now with a second. And 2 steps. Finishes off Leaf. Sprints back into the A site, but it's Ivy here. Early damage suffered. Chuck the Guardian over to the side. Collects a Phantom. As they look forward into mid, this allows for Downby to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on a main.
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Downby, but get a one tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a real shot.
Going for it. Jogamo's down to 5. A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down, and Downby has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's really just good game planning so far from G2. They're clearly kind of identified and read some of what NongShim is going to be wanting to do on this map, and it shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into Xros a little bit, as well as establish some presence on the map to set up and play their style of game. So it's kind of two things at once that G2's been able to deny from NongShim so far once we've gotten to these rifle rounds. And they're on the move again. They're going to use the no command to thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates available for NongShim. RB 1 away.
Deep scale forward. It's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own. Damage not even actually going to be registering there. Xros gets away scot-free, but RB is still going to be flushed out of his A sights, and now a full take here by G2 and Valen. Playing forward in front of the wall. Downbeat going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against him, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. Player advantage going to be reestablished for NongShim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from Ivy. The late lurk back through Nest, catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent just going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now all down to Jogamo, swings the corner. Ivy has him outdone. 3 players alive. Big bolster to the economy. NongShim RedForce will tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so NongShim finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that NongShim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players into individual positions to succeed, and this time around, NongShim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had Xros as used in that previous one. So you've got everything in the kitchen sink as NongShim try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
Rough go of it after that previous round loss. Leaf with a very clean shot. Baby Bay is able to find one, and Xros going to be taken down as well. Stinger be damned. Don't even need it to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles looking clean as all hell. Now, given that your other player is a world away, RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves, and they don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all. And probably just talking a little bit here is NongShim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dombey, okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And, he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted re-aggression towards what Dombey started, and then it was just shut right down because G2, again, playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here. And then they get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be give them absolute fits. Just some mid presence, but Downbeat okay. I think just spams through the wall. Maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of NongShim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Just pulled off this angle though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, it's going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Coming as the Sova, he could be, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. So in the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. NextRaw trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner, swings in, does so.
Nice.
Gorgeously, as Leaf will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valen, going deep enough. Now the overdrive is going to be popped. This baby frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valen just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4. And as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it, and NongShim will tie it up again.
Now you're seeing NongShim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake. Xross, great job checking that corner. And then when NongShim is kind of running for sure, we're going to go contestant towards B, Ivy.
Well, it might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from NongShim, but also big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main, but instead pushes forward and just offers himself up on a silver platter. So now the pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side. Jump up over the top, and Baby Bay is going to be taken down as RB is able to find two. Valen as well, joining him in the grave. While Bang shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Is Downbeat tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Downbeat has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Downbeat stopping him from getting any additional charges in, and somehow survives. Just taking 14 additional damage. Keeps himself in the fight and gets NongShim back into the lead.
And this is one of these rounds that just makes you so impressed with Dombey as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim, it's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall, gets RB up on top there, he gets 2 kills, then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself, then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it. He's very aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut it down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
I'll wait for confirmation, but this feels like a timeout. At least a pause of some kind.
Dun.
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1, but you don't want NongShim to start running away with this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. Still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from that Cosmic Divide, as well as the null command online. So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or whether NongShim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that NongShim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
It gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that curveball hits everyone! Xross is able to find the 2, and suddenly it is just Leap left alive. Taps the door, does get stunned up. Looks back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from NongShim. Completely shutting down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the NongShim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for, and this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Downbeat gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid, gets revealed there, and then slowly but still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
When you see Downbeat that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So I felt like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right. Does feel like that. You get a couple spots there with that knife, though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but NongShim, again, going to go for that long spawn flank to try to get this retake to go. Worked the treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get this one available, but with that pit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Now set up to try to delay. Null Command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for NongShim. Xexros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot.
Joke's over.
Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through Dombey. Going to be caught in the end as Valorant is able to find himself a second. Swaps over to the Classic. Gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit, and he will quickly fall. And now it's just Xros having to backpedal away, try to hold onto his weapon. Maybe they try to play this one in. Will lose his life. Pass the kill to Jogamo. Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely swatted in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from NongShim in a very similar retake. They've got the run it back. They're going 4-man through spawn, and they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the Null Command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier, but a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the grav well, to make sure that NongShim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways, and in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
Just
until that.
Yeah. But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now NongShim re-clearing mid. Trying to make an aggressive push, and it's going to be Leaf again called upon, potentially to try to square up against Dombey. They're just going to, ooh, they're going to slow.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position, it feels like. Yes, he absolutely has. The second kill found. Dombey, the only one surviving.
4v3.
Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements as we'll get the spot on the Jogamo. Swings in, takes the fight against Baby Bay, ends up winning that, wins the follow-up. 3 kills now for Dombey. Tagged down to 6, but he's somehow gotten them into an advantageous position. The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that Reckoning sent towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of that one, dodging it. Not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB. Try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valen and Trent just playing this one together. As RB is able to find the first, Ivy finds this second, and somehow, some way, NongShim, they managed to close out the round and lock up a 2-round lead at the half.
Yeah, the individual skill this time for NongShim, going to be getting him over the line. Talked about kind of the brain of Dombey. He's been doing it with the aim. He's the complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy played this really disciplined, really nicely. Did not give anything up over to G2. A lot of players in that 2v2. When you've got 2 players on that on your left-hand side of those pyramids are going to swing and just try to go because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over, get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to reposition to isolate those fights a little bit better. Really, really well played.
It's still damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge, but NongShim still the very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC. You know, will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2. We'll see what Valen's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from this Astra to slow down these approaches. It's always a big gamble when you try to go for a comp swap like this.
And there were some definitely decent moments from the Astra, but I think personally, I was so, I guess, maybe just enamored with Valen's Harbor that I'd rather see that. I think he's so excellent on that agent that to me, it's like almost his signature agent now because he's so creative, he's so smart with it. The way that he makes your life so miserable at the choke points on your way into B or A, he's really, really good with the timings and the decisions. And, so, you know, maybe the Astra's still a little bit of, you know, kind of working out some of the ideas and the kinks a little bit. Still some really nice rounds, some really good adaptations from him and the team. But a tough map to go up against this NongShim squad who has, especially when Domby's playing like that.
Yeah. Should be able to see maybe a bit more value as well from the KO, which we haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular, something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Domby's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against NongShim. You know, you identify, oh, there's both duelists up at, you know, up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site. Easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round where they had the pit up as well. So some value being found. I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot more out of it.
Spot out here from Baby Bay. Unable to get those shots to connect. Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Jogamo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot. Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's just going to be Domby swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination, and Valorant is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Francis's life for the plant on the site. A trade that NongShim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay 2 shall fall. NongShim, another pistol collected, now up 8-5.
Yeah, you just buy a bunch of sheriffs and put them in the hands of these guys, and they just go in there fearlessly. Click people's heads. That's just beautiful stuff in terms of, again, individual skill on display from NongShim. This first one, I was so nervous here for Jog on those wide swings. I was like, oh man, if the timing here is wrong, and it was. Then Valen just, Domby's like, yeah, later, bro. I know they've got you dead to rights behind me.
Yep.
See ya.
Just playing the rest of them. 17-7-5 at the moment on that Neon. Ivy once again left on an island. It's just a bit of a repeat here from NongShim, giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push into mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through A main. Jogamo again gonna get tagged down as well. Both of them down to 45. The Marshal now arriving. Francis is gonna be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of Xross, who will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to the B. He cleans up Trenton Leaf, and NongShim end up having an incredibly clean anti-eco round.
Yeah, that's really successful. They were just patient enough. And just as they're starting to get an idea, you know, Francis there makes contact, does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal. Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that NongShim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, nope. Don't do that one.
Orb just going to be grabbed here, Xross. 1 past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side.
Well, G2 is very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough, and Ivy quickly is filling in this space behind them. Meanwhile, Damby just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then strikes. 2 kills found. And what are you meant to do other than save? But they're still working their way forward towards the site. And the 2v4 is just now a 1v4. Even for a player of Leaf's caliber, feels impossible with the way that NongShim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched. Ivy on the side already. Push forward past this wall, finds him at Nest, gets himself a 4K as NongShim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted, and it's looking like this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from NongShim. Again, Domby creates space. You almost feel like a broken record talking about this team, but he finds a little bit of an angle. He gets that opening kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through there. Sure, he gets hit, but that is exactly what Ivy needs to get in there and get those 2 kills. Because Domby's going to identify where both of them are. And Ivy cleaning up with the aim. 2 kills now behind Domby. 16 in that department. Things starting to look really dire for G2. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just Sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Exros will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy went away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here, you're going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round, most likely, unless you can get this Thrifty to go.
And they've got to run it back off that orb grab, so Exros can just pop that Storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A-side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy going to be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. Extras ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Maybe, however, it's just going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these eco attempts here from G2. It's not really holding any water.
Yeah, it's rough, to say the least. Let's see if Trent has some magic.
Well, it's got to be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
Well, you know who's on the other side. Okay, we'll be able to sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Damby. Tap at the plant. We'll just get past this one over to Francis, wanting to try to get his ult online. RB says, I'm a world away, so you get that plant, you take that fight, I'll take the kill. And NongShim will take an 11th round win.
Well, some nice little early ideas. Ivy, even though he gets revealed by the ping, gonna use that snake bite, give himself a little bit of time. Again, NongShim's been really good on this map about when they do find themselves in tricky situations, about buying that extra time for the rest of the team to get there to bail them out. And again, that's that coordination, that speed that this team can play with. That is so good. It's good enough to win you a Masters.
Meanwhile, built up in the previous round, but never committed that. Run it back, still there. So we'll just take a pause in the action. We're grabbed here by Francis. Valen scaling forward. Will get slotted up into A lobby.
And Jogamo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife there might have saved G2 a little bit, potentially. As it did hit Exros, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like you're going to be on map point as G2. So a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of NongShim. I think kind of a win here. NongShim, though, waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf ready with the snake bite.
It sends it onto the corner instead of on the main. Then that still means the floodgates are opened up here for NongShim. And Damby going to eat quite a bit of damage on that entryway, but Exros into the back of side is still going to be able to find one before he gets snapped back by Trent, who does manage to find Damby as well. And bolts remaining, but Ivy around the back does not check towards Pillar. Trent comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Bay. Jogamo going to be cleaning up the enemy harbor. Makes it into a 2v2. The health advantage still going to be there. However, for NongShim as Extros comes away with a 3K, and that is them now up to map point.
Oh, Trent, so close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill away. He's able to slip the net. Trick NongShim enough that they're not exactly sure. When he repositions here, he doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But Exros, phenomenal. Such a stellar young player. Think that he is a royal roader, comes in and immediately in his first year in Tier 1. Goes up, wins a Masters. And that right there, folks, is why he is sharp as all hell.
Well, now the final timeout call to come through from G2. I have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys. Breeze is theirs. Coming back from here, I mean, seen it from G2 in the past. I know the caliber of play that they are capable of, but at the moment, it's not really shining through.
No, I had a lot of hope after that first half that they were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half. I saw some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
Yeah, G2's kind of just playing the second half like AG played theirs. Yeah, haven't been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, is G2, is some Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you want to see.
Well, Domby able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the relay ball. Flies around. How is he still getting kills? Chocobo going to be taken down. Balance only able to find the one. X-Raws will get the trade up, and now it's a player advantage to the site. Grab a Baby Bay. Okay, some spray and pray. The heavens listening. They reward him with a kill. Plant will come in. Hunter's Fury now to be sent. Trying to sound down Francis, but he's still able to backpedal away. This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset. Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides in, and Ivy will sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The Shock Dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner, takes the fight, takes Trent's life. It all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh. Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge in, and Francis has the timing. 13-5. NongShim take us back to Breeze, and they take G2 to school. This was a one-sided affair.
This is incredible stuff from NongShim, and you know, you're seeing the dividends from them going back to Domby on the Neon. Obviously getting here through the qualifiers, and today going up against G2, a team that gave them fits in Santiago. They are able to dispatch easily on their map pick of Breeze.
This needs to be a very, very big rebound here. G2, they're electing to take us over to Sunset as their map pick. That needs to be the staging ground. Take this all the way to a third and final map if they want to get some revenge over NongShim RedForce from that loss at Santiago, for being sent down to that lower bracket. But for now, let's go ahead and send it back over to D-God on the desk to break down all the action from Breeze.
Thank you very much, guys. A little bit faster than what we thought in the setup of this head-to-head between G2 and NongShim RedForce, but in the end, NongShim come firing out, especially in that second half, rifle off 8 round wins in a row to call it with only 5 there. Thank goodness Global Esports played earlier, otherwise this would be the biggest one-sided loss of the tournament so far for G2. But they still have yet another map. It was NongShim's pick. But they've got questions, and we've got answers. Joining us back on the desk, Kakuka and Big Time. Not so good there for Dre and the rest of G2, but fantastic here for NongShim RedForce.
Yeah, who said Pacific was washed?
Wow.
Who said we were going to go 0-4 in the openers?
You.
No one said that.
Maybe it was me, but I've changed my mind now. That's what's important, so that I will always be correct. This was a great map from NongShim. This was NongShim's pick after all. This is what they decided to go for. And, you know, I mocked them in the past. They've always gone A, but that seems to be G2's mantra. We saw NongShim, they did manage to end on B a couple of times.
One,
so.
2?
I think it was 2.
Maybe it was 2.
So, you know, we'll take that. This is why we love Breeze, everybody. But they are good on the map. It's so nice to see Danby back on the Neon. This is what he does. This is when the team is truly at their best. So, a really dominant map 1. There we're feeling great now.
Yeah, it really felt like we were living in a loop with all those A hits, but we have to say, and even Seth was losing his mind, being like, how can he still be getting all of these kills? We need to, but ask them how much they regret putting Dambi off. Like, we could be having a way different story for the side of NongShim. It is good to see that they can bounce back the way that they did. X-Ross as well, playing absolutely amazing. Ivy as well. I think that for all of them, seriously, they played very, very well, especially in the rounds that had the tiniest margins. There were not that many. I thought that they were very, very comfortable. Yes, we had a couple of this rounds that didn't make a lot of sense or ended up in very crazy clutches, but you see a NongShim that just bounces back every single time. Like, they were in control for the entirety of it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first half for sure was competitive. G2 weren't out the game by any means, but they weren't always able to win this post plant. I think these guys, they know the Harbor so well, but you're not winning those post plants. That would, that set piece that we just saw, X-Ross taking up the mantle of this Phoenix. He's great with it.
Look at this. I think that Jogamo was having a difficult time with the KO, and this was one of the talking points going into this match. Into this map specifically, sorry.
Yeah.
Jogamo not playing on the duelist, him playing on the KO, and it's actually Baby Bay playing the Neon. It did not fare well.
No,
that is all that we're gonna say.
Yeah, we have to ask questions about the comps and roles here on G2. I get that they've not managed to lift trophies, so things have to change. You have to innovate. You have to keep pushing those boundaries. But is this the way we want to see it go? I can't say I was convinced by this.
Listen, Morgan, just because things have to change, it doesn't mean that you need to eat your soup with your fork. You understand?
Yeah.
There's a difference, no?
Yes,
That's true.
There is a difference. Don't eat the soup with the fork, and G2 need to learn that one very, very quickly. This was Baby Bay's first time in a while playing a duelist, as he's been playing the Vice a lot, had a little bit of time on the Chamber, but was not able to match the same level of pressure that Dambi and Ivy were able to put across the map. Also, Harbor on the side of NongShim, not in the side there for G2. So just compositionally, a little different. But and then finally, as you said, Jog just not landing shots that we know that he can do, losing a lot of those duels in this matchup.
Like, if I'm looking at the rest of the players, like I'm seeing Lee from Viper.
Yeah.
Yes, we like that. All of them would slot. But it's like, if you want to put, I don't know what you're trying to do with, who are you doing this for? It's definitely not for Jog.
Yeah.
Like,
but then does that mean it's for Baby Bay? Does that mean that is that where they think he's at his best?
Can we like call Josh RT,
just
and just ask him, just be like, Josh, and just ask him directly, because I know and I understand that a lot of people are testing a lot of things. Well, now we know that is not the way.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe we can set up that interview with Josh RT in between the rounds. Little production action. We'll see and find out here after the short break. You are watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Deeply powered by AI, Filmora 15 understands your intent, dissolving the space between thought and action. When creativity and AI merge, every gap is gracefully bridged. With AI Extend, those almost moments find their perfect continuation. The shot keeps flying, and the energy never breaks. You stay in motion, and AI ensures every frame aligns with your vision. This is Wondershare Filmora, powered by AI. Edit as an expert.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
I guess we're live. Welcome back to EWC 2026. D-God here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as, again, we're setting the stage for G2 versus NongShim after NongShim dismantled G2.
Yep.
Close in the first half, 7-5, and then 8 rounds in a row in the second half. But now it's time for G2 on their map pick of Sunset.
I love that they are picking Sunset into this, though. I think if I was going to approach this tournament as a coach, having a strong Sunset really does set you up well. This is a map that a lot of teams won't have been able to put too much time into, so knowing you can pick it is an amazing advantage. But we have to ask the question, are they good enough to execute whatever they have prepared here? Because execution was definitely lacking in that map one.
I remember the long time ago, because Sunset has been gone for a very long time, when you used to play this map and they did it with the Sage and with the Chamber, like things that nowadays could be played. I want to think that they have decided to pick it because they have something very well prepared. Because if you think about the opponent that you have in front of you, if NongShim, you know that NongShim has put Dambi back on the Neon.
Yeah.
And that is scary. It doesn't matter if you think that, oh, he might have a bad day. And especially after you just seen it, you might be walking into the, what is it, the Devil's Den? Or the, how do you call that?
I think Devil's Den.
Okay.
I mean, I think for me, when I think about NongShim, and I cast my mind all the way back, this is a team that could play this map as far back as 2024. The core is still pretty much the same. So they would play that breach with the Neon to support. It was Francis on the breach, Dambi on that Neon, and they had these just incredible lethal set pieces. This was their most played map in their first Ascension run where they really made a name for themselves. So they're not going to feel uncomfy here either.
Yeah, so hopefully G2 has come and prepared that. And if this game does go 1-1, we are going to split, something that we haven't seen yet here so far at EWC.
Yeah.
What a composition do you want to see out of G2 here, given the fact that we had the flex of the Neon onto Baby Bay didn't quite work out as well?
I would like to see Leaf on Chamber. I think that Leaf is having a good day, so that is either him on Chamber and Viper I like. I want to see him something that gives him some kind of control, and I would love to see Jogomo maybe back on the duelist or back on something a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, I agree with Jog on the duelist. For me, I want Baby Bay on that Chamber. Give me
Okay,
the Baby Bay Chamber. I think.
But he ain't shooting though. Leaf is shooting.
He will. He'll figure it out now. And then I think Leaf on that Viper. I think that's still my favorite role for Leaf there. You say this is a map that they've been so historically good on for G2.
Leaf on Sage.
Leave on Sage. See, now Sage. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I love Sage. I think more teams need to use it. And I think Sunset is a brilliant map. Remember when Paper Rex sort of defined Sage on this map for a long time? It gives you a lot of power in those retakes.
And now it's even better. I know that yesterday, I can't even remember for how long we've been here. We're here 2 days. Yesterday we saw EDG play in it with Chicho. It wasn't very spectacular. It wasn't very well drilled, but that doesn't mean that the agent doesn't work or that the composition is foul. No. We need to see more testing out of that, and definitely this is what G2 is looking for here.
One of the great parts about getting a map back into the map pool is G2 now getting themselves on stage. A little bit of gamesmanship here by the America's champions, making NongShim sit a little bit longer than usual. Maybe a small talking to by the admins to G2, but I think all things are fair here, stretching the boundaries of that competitive nature as G2 not trying to drop on out yet again in a first opening match international tournament game. These are the woes that bother this organization across Valorant, and trying to match here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story, is domestically, these guys are fantastic. They're so good at lifting the trophy over in Americas, but they can't do it anywhere else. London was diabolical for them. They couldn't find a footing. 0-2. That's the last thing they want here in Paris.
Yeah, and across the side, you see a NongShim that has to bounce back for the bad decision that they made themselves.
Yes.
But still, they are looking to be fearless today, and everything that they have prepared seems to be working. That is still unstoppable, and they're about to play a map. You know, you left it open, and you know that it's going back in the pool. Even if this is like disastrous for them, it's going to be a learning experience. But G2 needs to bounce back, and look at Valiant. Look at all the instructions he's given already.
Here we go. We dive into
Baby Bay's on Chamber, and
Nice. I love this comp for G2. I think Baby Bay on that chamber is where he's been so fantastic in Americas. And I love the Sage on this map, on the side of NongShim. It looks like Danby will be sticking with that Neon. We need to wait and see what Xros and RB select here, but this could be Sage versus Sage here.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be. It is locked. Xros also goes for the Sage, the battle there. And also for the side of the initiators, G2 has chosen Sky for this map. We were speaking about the Breach. Of course, the Breach, we don't see it anymore. We have Francis playing on the Sova on the other side. Fade is also good. I want to see what the angle is and how that synergy Trent Jogamo is going to be working. And, you know, I'm very excited for these compositions.
Yeah, very unique here by the squads. It is Sky and Chamber for the Initiator and Sentinel. On the opposite side, it's going to be Sova and Cypher for NongShim RedForce. NongShim RedForce trying to put G2 to the sword and continue their international woes. G2 trying to force a full 6-game day and a potential reverse sweep here. Let's find out how it all shakes on out with our friends from the Pacific. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Digon. Here we go. Obviously, Desk having a lot of fun, getting very jazzed up for G2's comp. I don't know how much I like it.
No.
Here.
I was right there with Fukuko. When I saw this, my exact thought was, oh my God, yes. There you go.
Well, that's probably the last bit of energy that he's going to have for the rest of his life, so it's been fun.
She's done me in.
We will put him 6 feet under after this broadcast. But, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes. I was fully expecting that Xros stays with the Phoenix coming into this map. So for him to be pivoting over to the Sage, obviously we've seen the applications of this time and time again.
Yeah.
Especially from the hands of Paper Rex. How does this look for Xros? We will now find out. He's going to be alone, taking that early contact here on the A side of the map. Sets up the wall. Meanwhile, Francis, he's just stormed his way forward. And Baby on that chamber has been taken down. He's going to be hearing these rotations just tucked inside of the smoke for now. Recon obviously not going to be scouting him out from this position. A couple shots, able to find some damage with the smoke now going to fall. And he's able to find himself a second, looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be Francis coming away with that second elimination for himself. But the spike is planted.
That was a nice little tucked-in position that he found. Make this retake much more difficult. Slowed it down a lot for NongShim too.
Oh, sorry.
Space they have to clear. G2 going to double up on Xros.
NS 3v3.
Flash is ready, and Jogamo quick to collect, finds that headshot. Really Bolt immediately going to be sent back over towards the side. Downbeat likely to be stunned up there, but it's going to be VALORANT around the back, catching them completely off guard, finds the first, and now Downbeat having to fight his way out of a corner, takes the first, looks for that second, can't quite connect on the trend. It would have been a one-tap, but the time is going to be gone. He's just playing for kills from here, and he won't be able to find anything more. 2 players surviving. G2 will find their first pistol of this series and start off Sunset 1-0.
Yeah, it's just so huge there that you're able to get that 2K, use that smoke against your opponents. They're not going to anticipate that you're in there. There was a little bit of spam consideration that caught Leaf. He was down to like 75 HP, yeah. And then so fast there with the turn too. Exactly what the doctor ordered for G2. And yeah, I do have some current concerns here for NongShim. I think, you know, without a hard flash in this composition, I mean, all you're sitting with is the paranoia.
Which is why I thought that Phoenix was going to be here for them, but it's not. And Baby Bay, well, gets some revenge, takes down Francis first and foremost. Quick shot out as they continue to try to scale forward and collapse in on this tile's position. Trailblazer to check the corner, RB to clear that out. Swoops forward a bit closer here. Shortening that gap, but if he pushes back out in the mid, he will be absolutely screwed. Baby Bay just dialed in on this angle. Jump peek to try to get the spot. TP for a reposition. No, just a fake. Is Baby Bay now the one going to be falling into the trap here? You'd suspect, but no, I believe it's a no-scope to come away with that kill. RB now taken down. Downbeat flushed out, and this is looking to be a potential flawless, unless Xros can find anything, and he cannot. Flawless confirmed in the anti-eco. Valen gets 3.
Okay. Gonna really find out what this composition is made of for NongShim going into this next one. G2 able to take first blood and able to have a flawless anti-eco, so they're going to be coming in quite well situated to maybe string together a bonus. Really start dominating on their map pick. So far, it's come down to some individual outplays here and there. Baby Bay this time looking a lot more comfortable on that chamber. had some...
Understandably.
Yeah, he's pretty good at chamber.
Fast lane forward, blind out on X-Ross, tucks around the corner of the relay pole, going to be hitting as well as Francis tries to peel back some of this pressure, but Trent is right there to continue to trade it out, and G2 trade it up. 3v2. Spike going to be planted to the wall. Downby not quite going to get caught by that, but he cannot catch Leaf either. Takes him down to 8 HP, but just cannot seal the deal. Had the heal, and he's right back up to full. Ivy now try to play this one out. G2 incredibly well slated to get this bonus conversion. It might just end up being back-to-back dominant maps, just flipping the teams around. The split might be nearer on the horizon than we anticipate. Ivy eating some damage, does manage to survive. Will quickly backpedal away, keeping his life intact, but this round no closer to going over to NongShim. So G2 with a 3-0 start.
Well, and you're seeing already, I think, some of the layers that G2's composition is going to have over NongShim on this attacker side. The deep flashes that you can set up with Trent to get your Neon into a position where they can bully up an agent like a Sage, where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall has already been committed or isn't available in time to slow down the roll of Jogamo. And even though Francis gets the kill, G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in, collect lives. So I think this is going to be a rocky road potentially for NongShim unless they can start figuring some things out here pretty fast. They're going to add some extra layers towards the defense at A, but this time around G2 wants to let Baby Bay and that Outlaw lead the charge back down to an eco. Our NongShim, nobody is going to have that full armor. Only 2 players even have half. Ivy carries the Vandal over, but can't afford to do much else. Wants to save up for the next round.
NS जीती भाई last match NS.
Quick break at the segment, just leading the way
NS
for that Trailblazer that will get cleared out.
मतलब पहला मैप NS जीत गया, दूसरा मैप
Orb assisting in that,
NS का ये picked है.
potential flood forward from G2.
G2 का था पिछला Lotus तो Lotus आ गई G2.
Starting to potentially
और
to
जो
explore
Sunset
elsewhere.
है, Sunset है ना? हाँ Sunset है, वो क्या बोलते हैं उन्होंने
Still
उठाया.
re-clear around mid.
भाई 13-5.
The full crunch attempt in towards market.
13-5 से जीती है.
And they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up a little bit further.
Lotus था Breeze था,
through some of this space. Cam's going to see this, but
Lotus था Breeze.
On Ivy. Do they check him? The answer for now is going to be no. He swings in. He's able to find one. His Leaf will get taken down. Re-swings around and has the blind up. Ivy is destroying them. 6 bullets, and it gets the ace. 1 Vandal's all they need. Because they kept it in the right hands.
Oh my word. I thought he was dead to rights there, but they just don't check the generator.
Absolutely absurd.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast. And then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay was the one in that 4, trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that. Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side, and there's no way to check him from there. Downby now. Quick peek out. Backs away. And Jogamo, very quick for that punish. Slides forward, finds that, plants his feet, and gets a second. Right back into this RG2, not wanting that momentum to get built up by NongShim. The heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer. Tries to get the drag across, but Jogamo now on for an ace of his own. He can find these players, both of them stuck here behind the Sage Walled backside. Even though they see that, this should just be a call to save in the end, you would suspect, for NongShim. Leaning off the wall, which is buy too much time off of this clock and the spike plant, so we'll just try to slowly work their way out of this. As the guiding light confirms that street is clear. Question really becomes how much does G2 want to go on the hunt here to try to take these weapons out of hand?
Well, with the operator and a couple players being pretty low on credits, probably not too eager. Maybe they could send one out. Trent, maybe, but they're not going to do it. So I think you got to rip a timeout here as NongShim, and you got to talk right here, right now, about how the protocols for slowing down G2 at the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with, because you don't have answers to it right now. Frankly, part of that, again, is going to be the composition that you're running here. You don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have, your Neon able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability for NongShim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber.
कैसे लग रहा है फिर भाई क्या मार रही है
very,
फिर
very good, as
NS
we just saw in that previous round. And,
अभी तो कुछ नहीं मारा NS ने एक
on
राउंड
Breeze,
ही
we're kind of
जीता
scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
पर पिछले मैच था भाई देखने लायक मां का मुझे मजा आया
into
ना
the
देख
spawn now. Valen looking for a backstab, and we'll just be able to join in. But alongside Jogamo, who's trying to hound down Ivy, but Ivy still managing to find himself a second kill. That is critical value being put up by the Cypher yet again. Gives them a very advantageous position. The drone now to lead forward. X-Ross. It's going to be Francis, never mind, actually able to find him. Flash is connecting. Trent able to find just the one kill. Looking for that second, but will quickly be overwhelmed. As NongShim rallied back for another round win.
Welcome Priya ji, welcome,
I guess all
welcome
that
guys.
you really need to do now
like
as
and
G2 is just
subscribe
avoid
करो.
Ivy. He's the
Like
only
and
one that's been
subscribe.
able to shut you down at all. Some individual brilliance. Oh, he even gets dinked there by Jog through the wall, but able to instantly reset. Find two. So Ivy locked in. We need a little bit of help from the rest of NongShim. Got some huge ults on both sides of the coin. Baby Bay gonna have that tour de force. Seekers, Res for Leaf. Ivy has his neural theft, as well as Francis's Hunter's Fury. RB looking to try to tee up Francis here. Paranoia at the ready, so they're gonna play off contact. Seems to be that this is one of their answers. Just try to slow down the Neon on the other side. But it is just the Paranoia that connects here.
On to everyone, but not going to be too dissuaded by that. Continue to work their way forward. Spam shots out. Only going to be about 3 charges, I think, remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bay. Boost up over the top of this box. Street side. Down with the Paranoia. Ready to try to clear some angles. 2 players going to be spotted off the drone, the Trailblazer. Spotting out plenty as well. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent through. Just look at the try to gum things up here on this approach. Downby with the operator, still going to be able to find one. Pajagamo gets the second. Downby doubling up. Finds that kill, but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from. Slides in. He's going to try to go for a no-scope, but it's a big overcook here from Downby. Ivy now once again having to be the hero. His location is known, and he cannot find Valen. Holds his own. And every time NongShim tried to take a step forward, G2 pushed them back by 3.
Yeah, this is just really, really tough for NongShim. This round has got to be kind of a gut punch, because you actually read this decently well. You're able to use some of that util, find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause. And you're going to get basically the whole team over here, but you just can't take them in the fight. You're just getting beat. Some of the 1v1s, Jogamo has the ultimate. He's able to rip a couple players away.
Comeback होगा comeback जल्दी होगा comeback.
So G2, love this comp, love the way that they're piloting it. It creates so much pressure. This time, NongShim looking again to maybe set up that Paranoia trap outside of A, but G2 wary of it after what happened in the previous round where damn near all of them got hit by it. Just will get a bit of confirmation that there's players in mid, but doesn't want to mess around. Knows that Baby Bay is going to want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it. Ross and Dombey do have their ults. But right now, it's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere. Trying to bait that Paranoia out, and they will.
Dombey quickly reclears it. Will now back away, so all of this is going to be heard. Meanwhile, Baby Bay slotting just alongside that trip. Will clear it, so op shot going to be registered. NongShim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards A.
Yeah, I mean, now G2 is kind of realizing that they gave away the script a little bit in that previous round, and yes, they're able to fight their way through it, but Didn't want to make it easy for NongShim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again finds one.
Able to find it just before that flash connects. Quick peek in from RB, but there's the backstab leaf scaling forward up through mid. That will end up getting surrounded and overwhelmed, but same can be said for Ivy as Baby Bay going to be pinned into the corner trying to find that kill, but it's going to be Valen to the rescue, keeping him protected. Spam not connecting, the Trailblazers spotting. Both players' positions widely known. The res to come in. No counter spam going to be available from these positions, so NongShim get back into a 3v3. Two very far fanned out. Allen could just be their undoing again, but no, XROS a little bit faster on the draws. Able to find that kill, but Baby catching RB in transit, mid-TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby Bay still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, but the shot is just a hair off. Cannot connect with it, the defuse to come in. Making their way back into this map.
This one just gets a little bit scrappy. Kind of some of these weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago, it was, I think, you know, NongShim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. In this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for NongShim, but they're able to find some big kills. On the way through, G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick shot. Able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's not checking the corner. Rez is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now. Back across into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera.
Rez is there. On one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's not checking the corner.
Already installed. Either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent, though. That immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to Leap. Again, you're buying a lot of time here as NongShim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off, though, but now at this point, you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here. The backstab ready to be enacted as Francis is on that flank. And the door is just being held. And at this point, I think the round is just going to be over because they're just peeking in the down B 1 by 1. Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. It's Francis frantically trying to flush him out in the shorty. He's not going to be doing a damn thing. NongShim will be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, NongShim is starting to find answers where they're able to send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked, causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then NongShim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective. Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall as Francis. It's a solo with an operator. Of course, Francis on the other side. Gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find a one with the Stinger. Valen with that backstab off the TP, still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. As, oh my god, he almost has the collat, but no, Jogamo is a bit faster. Finds that kill. Valen survives. Nexros trying to wall them out, but Zold to try to play in Ivy. Heals going through, finds the first, can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator, able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to X-Ross. Try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man. I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from NongShim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there.
कोई ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है, 2
in
राउंड
this
में फर्क
round.
है,
Getting those early kills,
सिर्फ 2 राउंड.
creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw NongShim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so that's kind of curious. Where exactly, how high is that trip?
There.
They did get cleared or pulled back, one of the two.
Swing in and Leaf is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from NongShim. Really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Siege मार दी, healer एक healer down हो गया.
Yeah.
There.
Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as NongShim, none the wiser, I don't think, are G2. They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RB, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. Just not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay pull goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him. The shot connecting. Francis only going to be good for the one. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out. Xros eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy manages to hit all 3! He has walked the hit round. The swing out. Xros eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy manages to hit all 3!
Nice.
He is walking on water this series.
Kind of both teams' directions at one point or another. With that time left on the clock, good night.
Good God.
Oh, my God.
Just insane. It's one of those rounds that, if you're G2, I mean, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just
You
him.
want to play? Let's
You know?
play.
I mean, he's just incredible at times. But it's also going to be so damn frustrating. Meanwhile, Jogamo ushered back away, pushed into the open for Downbeat to collect it. Brings out another warning shot. Trying to scare them back over into the arms of Ivy. He's alone on the B site.
They're going to have this drone here. This is going to give you the info as NongShim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Donby maybe control that mid, that top mid space. Xros.
That
would have been a good wall. There you go.
Oh, nahi
Sends it
yaar.
now. Still that gap in the back by the look of it. And yep, we'll just be the double push forward. That might even
Needs help.
Yeah, be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The Tour de Force with Baby Bay is able to find that kill. Downby now isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed as Pop Flash. The turn not going to be good. Xros still is able to find one kill as Valen will get taken down. G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall. Downby and RB in a 2v3 to try to clutch this one out. Rendezvous situated. The shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Downby just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in with that shotgun. Will be able to find the one, but Leap is there for the counter swing, and G2 will get themselves out into a lead. 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2 to swing up into the back of B and put a lot of pressure onto Xros. That seemed to be a big point of this map for them on this attacker side. If they could find that Sage early, that was often where they were able to find a lot of success, where they were able to just make Xros really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. You know, if the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big of a difference, or at least in this case, you know, just the overwhelming numbers of G2. It's not really able to hold the line, and then Baby Bay finds that pick onto sight towards Ivy. I mean, as fantastic of a half as Ivy just had. not having him be able to hold the line. Baby Bay with that tour de force. So good with the sniper rifles. Just a exciting first half again.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's just hope that this second half can deliver. I mean, if NongShim are going to be able to find another pistol, very much we'll have a half for ourselves. And G2 not looking to see that. They want to go ahead and take this one down, get it nice and clean, nice and quick, send this over to a third and final map.
क्या लगता है guys, half time के बाद कौन जीतेगा?
It will never get old.
कौन लेके जाएगा राउंड? NS लेके जाएंगे डिफेंस अटैक में की G2 लेके जाएगा डिफेंस में. क्या लगता है guys?
Ivy again, he has been just tremendous in the qualifiers for EWC 2026, and he hasn't been missing a beat since flying over to Paris.
Yeah, but he was during stage one. This, we saw the performances from him again. Heavy MVP candidate at Master Santiago, into a bit of a withering performance in stage one.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to find those same highs. Wasn't really getting any even regular impact in their matches, which was so shocking to see. But here, look, he's whatever slump he was in, he's got himself out of it. 13-7-1 as the NongShim. Oh, will they pilot this Sage on the attacker side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about this attacker side. You almost feel like you have to rely too much on Dombi, which is hard to imagine.
Baby Bay out in the mid will be able to get some damage. France is going to be tagged to 45.
But it's healed. So not the end of the world there.
CD out early. Trademark situated on B main. Baby Bay can quick pivot around. He's playing the 10 spot at the moment.
Yeah, they've created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's in a world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
Oh, he's going to be completely overwhelmed. Unable to find even really any significant damage. Shield's still going to be burned, but Dombi sliding forward will be able to at least trade it back as Baby Bay does get taken out of the equation. But again, that heal burned early means that Dombi's going to be stuck at 45. And Leaf is able to find Francis to boot, so now player advantage in the hands of G2. Flash not going to be connecting here. Dombi able to find one. The heals quickly come in from Trent. Side forward space getting taken. Dombi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Jogamo finding Dombi through it, cleaning him up. The push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the classic drawn out. The right click is there, and G2 will take both pistols on Sunset to move up 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that NongShim's still a little uncomfortable on this map, and in particular, I'm thinking about two fights that happened. It's Ivy in mid, who's kind of swinging to get info, and by the time he swung so wide, it's too late because there's 3 G2 players that have been hitting their presence up at top mid. And then the other problem is when they get onto the site, Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were 3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So just some kind of individual mistakes that cost you a lot in a pistol round.
Well, there's a bucket in hand for Dombi, but there is a judge in hand for Jogamo. Baby Bay again is able to find Francis here in main, as Extros will be able to come away with 2 quick kills. The bucky in hand for now. Trent slowly slipping back towards B. Try to join in alongside Baby Bay, but NongShim RedForce is going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here are Extros and Ivy. Already decent damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2. And if they can find any more, this is going to be still a very good Thrifty attempt, if not the Thrifty itself. But Leaf playing forward, potentially unexpected in this position. As the wall going to have to be waited out. Will now break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. So 2 casualties. They end up saving it quite a bit, so 3 players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay. Yeah, you lose a couple guns, but whatever. I don't think anybody else even took armor damage. So that's a pretty healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leaf even going to go for the judge. carry those 2 Spectres and the Outlaw over, and 2 players on NongShim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So a Baby Bacon hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh, well, Francis does hit the shot before he can rendezvous at the safety. Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid, and Dombi just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL. As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, and quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that Judge in hand will grab the orb, guarantees that he'll have the res going into the next round. This would take some serious work, though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
Timing.
Well, given a chance, they're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Giving him some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner. This looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in. It's a very nice headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing to really get stressed about here for G2. NongShim RedForce still eating quite a bit of damage to try to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly. Again, having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. Being that Outlaw being able to be carried over in round 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because NongShim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And this is why you see that Outlaw again in the hands of Baby Bake. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well, not too bad. A little bit of armor damage, a little bit of health. Nothing to be too concerned about. NongShim, again, really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2 can bully the extremities, and they know it because they have that Sky. Whereas NongShim has to be a little bit more diligent with trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those contact fights.
Cover going out.
Really slowed down the round, though.
RB's in a weird position.
He knows he can't scale. He's heard that trademark around the corner.
Exactly.
Not to mention the 2 players watching this angle. Well, it'll have to just be a 3-2-1 go, push into market. Try to shut this down and slide in. Somehow Valen doesn't manage to find that shot. Downby sliding right at him. You would have thought he'd be able to connect with that, but the Neon comes out on top. Backpedal away as a sight. Gets taken. Flash over to the corner. RB not quite getting blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo. Continues with that player advantage. The res is going to be committed in and Leaf immediately drawing down, is able to find X-Ross. Hunter's Fear going to be set from Francis, but everyone scatters to the wind. Avoids those bursts of damage. Now have 4 players to try to go for the retake. Some shots exchanged. The flash not quite connecting. Ivy is tucked into the corner. The wall will fall, and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap to the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to Dombi, and Baby Bay will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. That's NongShim struggling on this attack.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill, and then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the slide, but the res, and Leaf plays ahead of it, expecting a peek from a player of NongShim, and he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a Sage. He knocks it out of the park.
10-6.
Sets him up for that extra advantage. And finally a timeout.
Yeah, first one.
3 rounds.
We'll look to try to right this ship, but 4 rounds down. Feels like NongShim not having a great grasp of how to try to pilot things. Just generally on this map. I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find from the defender side just boil down to Ivy going nuclear.
Right. No, I mean, again, it honestly, outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead all throughout Sunset. You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture, the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid. I mean, throughout most of the day today, you're seeing Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split. And we will see Split later. I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these two teams played on Split, it went to overtime, and it was map 3. We can only hope, but that being said, you know, having a pocket pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into, you're able to at least force out that decider.
Wall sent at main here on a timing. Two weapons into this one for NongShim.
NongShim's so keen to get a player tucked up in mid into that top left corner. Again, this time it's Ivy. Sure, it gives you a little bit of info. I mean, you're able to probably identify that that trademark is around the corner in market, but being able to capitalize off of it, they really haven't been able to. I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect, but we'll see. Tag on the drone to the wall there, so Leaf doesn't stick around, but nobody really accelerating.
But with that Trailblazer leading out through B main, this is allowed for Jogamo to start scaling forward, so he's going to have a faster rotation around the back. Granted, yes, Tripwire for the moment still going to be there, but Ivy potentially going to be caught on the timing. No, it's going to be Leaf at the same time, though. Back over towards the site, just gunning down 2. Ivy tucked into this position. Leaf finds a third. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will, he will quickly shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Downbeat alone in a 1v4. Plant onto the corner, the wall now falling, the flash connecting, and Leaf is there to collect it. A 4K form, an 11th round for G2. Split is looking all but guaranteed.
Another phenomenal round from Leaf. Saw it on the res where he's able to cover it and really set that retake up for success. But here, it's just shutting down the huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him when they're not ready. But there's discipline here from Leaf and Valen. They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid. Heroic efforts from tremendous player in Leaf. Really just thwarts NongShim's plans all across the board. And at NongShim, they're so nervous about some kind of trap play, some kind of reactive flash or neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw.
Oh, Jogamo not going to be able to find that timing, but here's that jump from Francis, and he is not going to be ready for this forward position. Even though the tripwire is comparatively shallow. None the wiser, but same could be said about Leaf as Ivy this time. Being able to get that backstab through. Neural theft, the ping reveal, Valen's position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way, and this is all to keep his eyes trained towards sight so Ivy can slot in from behind. Comes away with that elimination. The repace forward, tries to take the fight, expecting the Jogamo's going to go past him, but Jogamo plants his feet right up in front. Ivy's unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now a 3v3. And a very much win round for NongShim. Fast lane over to the side with Paranoia, going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first, but Trent quickly trades that back. 2v2 now. And a round where NongShim need to win it, and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy. Swing in, Baby Bay has the shutdown onto the first. The defuse not held to half. X-Ross aware of this. Baby Bay will rip everything out of their grasp, but cannot take the round, cannot take G2 up to 12. Leavy narrowly escapes. And NongShim hold on by a thread, denying that map point.
But it's Ivy again. He just, this time, a little bit pacier with this lurk up through mid, catches Leaf off guard. That allows the neural theft to be invested. And he's trying to use the Seekers against G2 there. knows that after he clears the first, the second two aren't locked into him. But
94.5.
regardless,
call us and share your story for a chance to win.
Chance to win what?
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want? What do you
specify.
want to win?
A car would be good, I
Yeah,
suppose.
you already have a car. What are you're greedy.
Yeah.
Wow.
What about second car?
Go, go, go. Stop.
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
Well, for now, similar scenes here from NongShim, just keeping everybody stacked over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however, exploration up into B main.
High-low could be really annoying.
Oh, they're going to go for the push now. The drone going to be coming out, and Jogamo wanted to try to get this punish here, but Downby just slides across. Smooth Criminal with a stinger is able to find that kill. Baby Bay now making his exit right before he would have had contact on Ivy. Spots him out, and the second shot will be able to take down the enemy Cypher. Coming with the overdrive, trying to push forward, but Trent is instantaneous with the punish. Shuts down 3. And G2 now, one more round to go to push us the distance and take this series over to Split.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have so many tools in your back pocket here as G2. Even if you lose Jogamo on that initial attempt, the ability to fall back and just hold the line again, double up for G2, and they're able to find a huge multi-kill. That time it was Trent. NongShim gonna try one more time out. This one better be a damn good one, because you need 5 in a row just to tie it.
And you're scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment. You look at the cash here. There's not really much to speak of for NongShim. Bankrupted by G2. They've only been able to find the 2 rounds in this half.
Well,
Why are they just going to be looking at, Stinger Sheriffs? That's about it.
Yeah, it is less than ideal, to say the least. Silkanon have to come up with something incredible. I don't know. There's some individual things they can do. I think maybe some more mid-explorations are good, but I think G2's been pretty able to well identify that NongShim doesn't feel comfortable to hold B. None of their post plants over there have worked, so it kind of has to be A. And so, if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side player over there, try to hold the line, and it's worked pretty damn well. And again, all you have is the paranoia really to clear some of those angles in the relay bolt. You can wait those out or bait those out. Round's pretty much yours.
And Babyface going to be so favored here.
Whoa.
Okay, shot not going to register, but Stinger at that range also not going to be able to find too much damage. He's got 2 sources of healing to put it back up to full. And Jogamo, okay, that's not a timing. Going to be able to find RB. He wants to end this one as Leaf. Johnny on the spot is ready for the punish. Jogamo on the repeat, takes down X-Ross. And the wheels have well and truly come off as Jogamo looking for an ace of his own, but Valen will say, let's speed it up. Let's get into map 3. 13-7 Sunset. It's a dominant display in the hands of G2 Esports. And once again, they will square off against NongShim. A final map, a 3rd map in a series on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled here to see this from G2. Going back to some of their comfort agents. Really like the theory. You don't see a lot of Sky on Sunset. I felt like that had a ton of impact here. Suits the Neon really well on this map. Able to tee up Jogamo, who was really, really impactful. Everybody had their moments, it felt like, for G2. Kind of what you want from this team. Those well-coordinated, well-thought-out, well-executed efforts.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that Jogamo might just slightly be a better Neon compared to me. There's a lot to work on when it comes down to that breeze. And Jogamo looking good alive and well. But let's go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down Sunset.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I agree. Jogamo on the Neon might be a little bit better, as it was a great showing there by G2. They get the job done against the Noodle Boys here and tie up 1-1. NongShim, RedForce, and G2, 2 of the great squads across the world going head-to-head here on a final map number 3 as we welcome back Kukuka and Big Time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been in the pool. Now it's come back. I think they caught NongShim underprepared on this map, and G2 clearly had it down. It looked very, very strong from them. I think even the scoreline is quite tight, quite kind to NongShim. You know, you go 7-5, wow, oh, that was, you know, maybe it was good for G2, and then you go, oh, but they got pistol and bonus, and you go, oh, well, maybe NongShim were good. And then you go, Ivy single-handedly won 3 of those rounds, and you go, okay, maybe G2 are actually better than the score looks here.
Being realistic about Sunset, the first rounds are always going to be a surprise. If you have those set strats, like we were seeing Valley, like reading the papers, being like, oh, this, like this is what we can, how we can get the most out of them, and it absolutely worked. And especially when we turned into that second half, when we speak about that double Sentinel and the way that they were playing it, you have Sage on one side, Chamber on the other, and they're going to be an absolute pain in the ass to deal with. And if on top of that, you add in a Jogimo that every single round is in a different part of the map, putting pressure onto you, and it's now on a duelist, so he will come and fight you. I'm sorry, but that means we're going to split.
Yep, it does indeed mean that one. And the good thing for G2, they were never in doubt in this one. Ahead in the first half and then kind of sped away in the second. And that's still despite the fact that there were many big moments here for NongShim, kind of like tournament highlight moments here for Ivy on the Cypher.
Ivy's an amazing player. He's so comfortable on these traditional Sentinel roles, especially this Cypher. Now, do I think Cypher is the best in slot here on Sunset? Probably not, but is it the best for Ivy? It very well might be. He was putting up, you know, a great show, that 1v3 as well. It's insane the stuff he's able to do, but the problem is it's too little too late. It's not enough. You can't only rely on these individual moments. It does feel like they need more time on this map. They need to get more drilled in the macro and get familiar with it again, because G2 just leaps and bounds ahead in my mind.
Something that I was talking about before we jumped into Sunset, and something that also a paper thing just highlighted, is how Trent was going to mix with Jogimo to make this situations so favor for themselves. And Trent had an amazing map. We've seen a Sky resurgence thanks to the later buffs that we've seen from the agents. So it is definitely something to take into account when you go into a map like that, and you're going to be pairing it with a Neon. It looks very, very good when you're thinking that if that is going to be your only information, considering that you have those 2 Sentinels, you have to go with him.
A brutal kind of run here on the opposite side for NongShim RedForce. RB, 7-20. I know that's a little tough when you're playing Caboose there, but just being -13 is a little tough, given the fact that Ivy was popping off on, as you said, not best in slot, but a team that can go ahead and bounce back. The resilience of this NongShim RedForce squad can't be understated big time.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like they can do it. Split is a map where they've been perfectly fine on. We saw it from them over in the qualifiers. Running that double duelist, Danby sticking with that Neon, and it was X-Ross on the Raze there to help back him up. And I think that is also a pretty solid map for them, but it's also not terrible for G2.
No, absolutely not. I think that I like the fact that we have each team wins their mapping. This is kind of like the ideal form that you would get to in a playoffs, where you have your map, which is super strong. You know that you're going to go to an opponent that will be in that form, so they will win their map. And this should be the biggest clash of them all, because all the worrying signs that we could have seen on that first map, and we were like, oh, Jog, and oh, Dre, like, baby, what are you doing? This, and that. We're gone out the window, thanks to the map too. Leaf also brilliant on that Sage. It's absolutely everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I know. Again, everyone from G2 stepping up. That is what you want to see from a team that have stars all around. Really, everyone can play the role players, but then have the pop-off moments. Almost the ace that we saw at the end till Valen stole that one away. And on the opposite side, in terms of the groups, Gentlemates was the one that took out XLG. And so...
EMEA!
I mean, EMEA doing pretty well.
According to
so
Athena,
far.
we're the worst region. We'll have some words.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes up for the non-EMEA regions, as G2 and NongShim RedForce will battle it out on that map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
play is in our DNA.
Traveling the world, don't know how to get around or how to do it on a budget? 1-2-Go will get you to your
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
गाइस बेफालतू मर गया रहना, बड़ा दुख होगा। क्या लगता है अब डिसाइडर मैच में कौन जीतेगा? एनएस जीतेगी कि G2 जीतेगी? क्या लगता है? क्या लगता है तुमको गाइस, कौन जीतेगा मैच आज? एनएस वोट तो करके गया, वोट तो नहीं कर दिया है G2 को। तो तू एनएस जीतेगी, 50-50 कर दिया तूने पोल मेरा।
Hello everyone, welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026 and the earlier kickoff champions of Pacific. It's G2 versus NongShim RedForce 1-1. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And as we said to it, let's set the stakes here. We know that G2 is going to take a little bit of time to set up on stage. NongShim are now just coming on out. What do you want to see out of these squads?
I mean, I want to see NongShim get explosive again. That's what I feel like they got tampered here a little bit. They felt a lot slower. I mean, I feel like G2 were able to work the map around them far too easily. NongShim are at their best when they're in your face. Dambi needs to go forward with the support of the team. I don't want to see any big deep rotates round spawn. No, forward boys. I want to see that double duelist that we saw from them in the qualifier. It was very effective there, so I just think they got to lean back into their strengths for me for NongShim.
And if you are a G2 fan, you want quite the opposite, right? The same way that NongShim runs that double duelist, we're going to full control for the side of G2. Astra, Viper, Vice, like literally everything to stop them. We always, when we talk about the meta, we talk about being one step ahead. And if you really think that it's tilted in that direction, if you can find a very strong counter to it, you should be in theory favored. It looked very good when they were playing with the double sentinel here on Sunset, and that is something that they have to find a way to translate onto Split. Watch out, because obviously the chokes are much smaller and many things can go wrong.
Baby Bay on Neon. Yes, no?
No, that's one of the things that
Let's
wrong.
not. Let's not.
No, I think I want to see Jorgamo stick with that duelist. I think he can play the Neon. We also know he can play that Raze really well.
Raze, very much so
really
here on Split, yeah.
But I think on the side of G2, I totally agree with you. I want to see control. I want to see Leaf take over that Viper. I want to see maybe a Vice with that. You know, there's... The whole objective for this is G2 need to slow down NongShim. NongShim need to not allow themselves to be slowed down.
The best thing that could happen for them is trying to isolate those kills, right? When we're speaking about slowing them down, it's more so of like, one by one, you know? One by one, get onto the side. And if you can shut down Dambi, probably one of the reasons why he swapped from the Neon in the first place, the fact that he was not the one being isolated. They also have Ivy playing absolutely brilliant. So it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of G2. The resurgence, though, of Jogemo. In the first match, Dambi did no sense. But if he's on a duelist, he does have a lot more freedom. And also with the compositions playing more around him instead of him helping the rest of the team, it just works better.
I think it's one of those selfless things, right? You've got such a star and he wants to try and lift the rest of the team on up, but really, the team needs you. You be the guy. It's okay that you're the guy. That's like a whole thing in Korea here, and in the Pacific as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I
अरे
think this is
देखना
a meta
पहले
that's
मैच में
centered around
एनएस ने
those
मतलब
duelists, right?
तगड़ा
They're
रगड़ा
probably
भाई
the strongest that
फिर
they've
G2 ने
ever
कमबैक भी
been
बड़ा
right
अच्छा
now.
किया
So it's all about enabling them. That's one
तो
thing NongShim historically
फोटो
have
तो
been
मेरा
able
एनएस को
to
है
do brilliantly, and that's why they could
पर
lift
मुझे
that
भी
trophy
थोड़ा लग रहा है
over
कि
in
G2 भी थोड़ा
Santiago. So
टक्कर देगी
I want
अब
to see both teams be able to emulate that.
And let's speak a little bit about the repetitions. Yes, you were saying that in the qualifier, they were playing with that double duelist with the Neon and the race for the side of NongShim. But when we talk about reps, G2 is on the lead by a lot, especially I think that they played it at least 3 weeks during the regular season, a couple of times in playoffs, and of course, they're in Masters London. There is a lot of show and there is a lot of tape, and this is the only match that you know for sure your opponent before coming into the tournament. So if any preparation has been done, it has to be for this match.
Yeah, very much so. We got the agent select coming in now. Baby Bay back on that duelist. He's on the waylay. This is not what I expected to see from them. But I can see where they're coming from. On the side of NongShim, it's not that raise. They're going back to the Phoenix from Xros that we saw back on Breeze. We know that there's a 1-2 pairing that's effective.
So here's the thing, right? Literally worked very well on Sunset, so why not? They played something similar like this before with Baby Bay on the waylay. But Jogama was playing on the Neon. Maybe he feels more comfortable in the race, and after the nerf and everything, I think the Jogama is a brilliant race. So I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, there isn't a ton of stopping power here. It's only really going to be that Viper, maybe a Paranoia. So I think it's going to get explosive here on Split.
Yeah, whether it goes slow or fast, it's going to be loud, as we've got the two squads, mental mates later on in the group stage, G2 and NongShim RedForce, 1-1 into our final map, number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It all comes down to this, a split to decide it between these two teams yet again. Will this map be a repeat of Masters Santiago? Will it go to overtime? Will it go NongShim's way? These are the questions that we are asking that can only be answered by these squads once they get into the lobby itself. Baby Bay back onto that duelist duty with the waylay coming through, a bit more comfortable for him. So expecting to see some hefty impact from him.
Yeah, no, you need him to kind of come alive. He was one of the ones, along with Jogamo, on those double duelists that struggled against NongShim on Split last time. -4, respectively, in the KD column for both of them at Moscow Santiago. Meanwhile, Domby and Francis were getting the better of them overall. It is a very different setup for both squads in a lot of ways. I mean, you got Xros on the duelist now, Francis over on the Fade. So they're going to swap roles. It'll be Ivy on that Viper again. RB maintains the Omen. Valen will not be piloting the Astro with this comp. He's going to move over to the Omen. Trent switches off of Fade, goes into Sky. Again, I'm comparing this to the last time these two teams faced off. So yes, it went to OT, but here feels like it just comes down to skill, firepower, one of those things, and there you go.
Jogamo with that Sheriff in hand, able to take off RB's head very swiftly as Baby Bay goes diving into the back of sight. No one home though. NongShim were heavily stacking more towards the A side of the map. Curveball going to be set, but Domby eating the full brunt of that one. Now we'll try to go for the peak, but Leaf has him dead. Just bangs through the box. Excel's gone as well, and that leaves just Ivy and Francis to try to peel back anything they can get in a 2v5, but it feels like G2 going to have a third pistol win in a row from Sunset now in a split. America squad very much waking up. Beat on Breeze. Swing in, Ivy. Good for the one, but nothing more. Not much of a dent put into G2 here. Good for the one, but after getting beat on Breeze. Swing in, Ivy.
Really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but because you get one tapped off the rip, and then you kind of screw up a Phoenix curveball that leaves Domby not able to scale the space.
Color wise बोल रहा हूँ, color wise मतलब ऐसे same ही लग रही है.
And maybe get in. Things just aren't going so good. For NongShim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2 looking very, very sharp again, finding themselves their third pistol in a row. And it's a couple Spectres, Bulldog, BabyBay with just a Bandit, Leaf with just a Ghost. So this is a round where
तू
we're very
बोलता है ना
content to
पहले
lose 2 players.
NS जीतेगी
Assuming
तूने
you
वोट
get all
G2
3
को क्यों
guns
किया
carried
फिर
over. Now so far, NongShim had gamble stacked more or less on the other side of the map, or at least willingly gave up the long B space.
कम मैनिपुलेटिव
We have a
वो
late
है
lurk here from Leaf to try to deny
50-50
any attempt to just die to the spike
50-50 करना था क्या
thwart this retake, and here
दिल
they
से
go.
तो G2 को है
Paranoia not going to be connecting on
देख तो
anyone
देखा
there.
नहीं था
Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke. Xross eventually going to be able to find that kill.
NS को कम मत समझ NS को देखा नहीं तूने इसको देखनी है उनको डाम्बी को देखियो भी
players here in garage. BabyBay will be able to find one. The fuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having to kill Leaf, having to reload.
क्या सोचा तूने?
NS भाई NS.
Right back into it, tying up 1-1.
Okay, take it all back. That looked really well rehearsed. That was some crazy good thought
NS
going
है
into
क्या?
that. That curveball from Xross,
कौन सी country
the
है?
big opener into the can that was
मेरे को इसकी
G2's
स्टोरी
post
पता है पर
plan.
मैं भूल गया उसकी स्टोरी कौन सी थी.
And then it's just Domby doing what he does best, running at you.
G2
Just a
कहाँ किया?
classic.
G2
He's
तो
getting the job done.
कहीं की थी यार
Doesn't
ये
matter,
भूल गया मैं.
seemingly, how much you nerf the agent, you nerf the shotguns.
कर
Domby
रहा
is
हूँ स्टोरी
still
में तेरे को ये भी
really,
पता है
really
यहाँ कहाँ की
good.
कौन सी
Oh,
कहाँ
yeah.
की.
South Korea की NS.
2 now. Looking to try to replicate some of that magic we just saw. They do have a Vandal and a Sheriff behind this. Saturate going to be connected on
G2.
Domby, but no real way to try to push off of that one, nor is there anyone behind it. It's an attempt at a bit of a fake here, if not just for a pick. BabyBay comes away empty-handed.
G2
Meanwhile,
कहाँ
push up into Mail. Xross going to be able to find the 2 kills here. The Paranoia just far too late from Valen to escort these players in safely.
American.
Leaf dead. Vandal can be collected in IV. Okay, does register that, but still is going to be taken down. Valen.
Europe.
HP now with a shout. BabyBay with his bandit.
Now you got to be
Working his
real
way through vents.
North America
Real
शायद ही है
careful
North
is
America.
NongShim. This is potentially scary, especially with so much time left on the clock. BabyBay all the way in spawn.
एक तो VALORANT का
Get away from them.
वो फैला रखा
Spot
अपना
out.
पूरा.
Xross looking to hold his own, and he shall.
देखा तूने वो इसमें
Kill
जब इनके
found.
टूर्नामेंट
Looks like
लगते हैं तो
RB with
अलग
the
अलग
right
टाइप के
read,
लगते हैं.
staring exactly where he needs to, but not quite hitting the shots that he needs to. So this still ends up being
2v1 है. देखियो अगर नियॉन आएगी ना नियॉन को देखिए नियॉन कैसे मारती है.
As the swing comes in, Downbeat will be able to find the kill, gets the weapon upgrade off the Spectre.
अगर इन्होंने ना कपिल में क्या बोल रहा हूँ देखो अगर इन्होंने डिफेंस निकाल दिया ना तगड़े राउंड
Gets a little too
अटैक नहीं रोक
uncomfortable
सकते फिर इनका है.
for NongShim after just a really great hold from Xross.
डिफेंस है इनका मेन है डिफेंस निकल गया इनका
तो
तो
हो गई यार
Gets the
डिफेंस
first
होता है
cleanly,
मेन
second
और
to follow up,
डिफेंस
but that dropped gun in mid
जो इनका पहला मैच था ना
causes a whole bunch of
उसमें
problems. They
7-5 था
really don't
इनका
want to fork that over. Don't want to give
डिफेंस
them any
में 7
opportunities
राउंड थे
in
इनके
a
पास.
post plant. Dig in.
ऐसे
It
था
was
ना.
a good read from RB. He's not really
हाँ
able to
ऐसे था
be
फिर अटैक किया
जीता कौन था
the
पहले
shots
राउंड
where BabyBay was.
पहला मैच जीते NS जीते 13-5 से 13-5 सोच सकते हो 13-5.
Oh, counter spam though. Look at BabyBay's health. Trent can get some healing through. Tag to 16, so frankly, he's going to be lucky to be alive.
अब मुझे ना कि तो याद नहीं है इतने मैच देख लिए मैंने 2-3 ना.
Some pause.
मैं मैप भूल गया था कौन से मैप खेली थी पर स्कोर का मुझे थोड़ा बहुत इतना याद है कि 13-5 थे शायद.
Jogamo, the one to eat some damage though.
I think Domby's a
अब
little
हो
lucky
सकता है
that
कहीं मुझे ग्लोबल
he didn't take a
स्पोर्ट्स
lot
का
more
मेरे दिमाग
damage
में
there.
बैठा हो.
He gave Jog a pretty good opportunity on that angle, but
Oh, no. Look at this. Speaking of opportunity, but no, it's absolutely squandered.
Dambi
Some
ने
damage found, yes, and Ivy will be able to find Jaw on the back end. The real fortunate part about that for NongShim at the end is that Trent can't heal himself back up.
हीलर ने फिर
He's
स्काई है स्काई
absolutely
के
dead.
हीलर तो दोनों के पास कहाँ है?
Now
स्काई
gonna
है
be taken.
हीलर.
They have firm control here for G2. 40 seconds remaining. Can still go for a pivot as well if they want.
well, they've conceded some of this space over towards top A, and
Oh.
Leaf in trouble. Oh, gets around the corner, but getting spammed through.
Pushed out a little bit more into the open. Run it back now, going to be popped. Xross looking for that moment to strike, and he has been able to find it. BabyBay going to be taken down. Francis out from Alley. Intercepting Trent, putting the spike down on the floor. Tries to go for the wide swing, but there's 2 players on the opposite side. As Valen will fall, it is now down to Leaf. Blazewall does allow for him to recollect this spike. Reads the rewrap from Ivy, has the headshot. But Leaf is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open. I think he's got it by about 0.05.
हो गया भाई कितने टाइम से किया
Maybe he'll
कंप्लीशन
get that one in play.
हो गया प्लांट वे
The way that X-Ross pulls back from that angle.
4 का किया है इसने
He's got it by about 0.0.
जब 3
Like
का
the
होने वाला
spike.
था
Reads the rewrap from Ivy. Has the headshot. But Leaf is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open. I think he's
4 से थोड़ा सा कम टाइम
the
में गया है
X-Ross
3
able
सेकंड
to
पे किया है
find
इसने
that third.
मतलब
Spare their
3 सेकंड
blushes.
मतलब 4 का हल्का सा मान हल्का सा 4
Damn, how close was that?
मिनी सेकंड पे 4 के उस पे गया इसने
4 सेकंड
Put him
अलग
through
से
the
है
ringer.
वैसे
It's still going to be NongShim maintaining and now stretching that lead.
सेफ्टी में अगर सेफ साइड चलेगा तो 4 सेकंड ही
Been
लगता
talking
है
a lot today about Ivy, but here on Split, it's been X-Ross who's been instrumental for NongShim. Able to hold the line in a couple different important moments after some mechanical whoopsies. Don't like that wide swing from Francis after he gets that first kill. Ivy just not even considering that Leaf could have peeled back there. I think they thought when they heard that tap that he's already on the other side of that box, going for the default plant, but was not the case at all. Leaf almost works a miracle. Trent, quick clear the haunt. The flash out just to make sure nobody's trying to scale through mid. Seen this a couple times from NongShim, so have to be pretty cautious about that. Paranoia.
नहीं रही G2 पे
Not going to be used just yet. Oh boy.
P again on Struggle Street. Bebe on the dive forward will be able to catch him. That's going to be a weapon likely able to be recovered, but X-Ross will be able to shut down Juggernaut. Leap now going to be found in mid.
ओ भाई 3
The
HP
reposition,
में
but Valen with the read spams out the Stinger, able to connect. As the smoke will fall, Baby Bay here out in front, but Francis hits the transfer. Wow. Barely scraping by with any help. Valen at that range. The Stinger got in his own right, still not going to be able to find that kill. So will end up falling. As NongShim continuing to rack up these wins.
तेरी वाली
Still, again, some individual mistakes that are almost costing NongShim big time, and G2 able to find some good timings to at least do damage, but they can't convert enough because somebody steps up in the back line of NongShim. And again, it's what makes this team so fearsome, is you have a lot of really, really talented players behind those duelists.
अरे रुक जा थम जा मेरे मित्र थम जा भी अभी थम जा
when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there.
थम जा कमेंट के लिए
Right there, Francis.
मना नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं
able to bounce back after
रुक जा
a rough previous round. Trent gets lit the heck up. Ivy dead. Look at Leaf. He's all the way over on A.
He's lit up. It's just a decay. So it sees. Grabbing him in position. Now right as rain. Like you said. Good kill from Leaf. As Dami trying to isolate. Reads Valen's reposition, but can't do anything about it. And even if he had, Leaf would have been right there. Get that trade back into their favor. Flash sent. Side plant now. Going for safety. Smoke on the main, but Valen still able to play in front of that one. X-Ross strafing forward. Leaf looking for the immediate challenge. Molly just going to be lobbed into the corner. That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pit, but it looks like Leaf just going to be opting to try to hold that one for now. As yes, they will be able to overwhelm them and whittle this down to just Francis remaining. Swing out. Francis good for one, but nothing more. G2 now able to rally back. Second round win.
Yeah, this is great work again by Leaf. Just has some great reads at times. I mean, I was so impressed with his Sage play on Sunset here on the Viper.
जो चीज मैंने बोला था उसका उल्टा हो रहा था इस बार भी एनएस जीतेगी
ऐसे मैं भी G2 ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के लिए था
They're not going to be able to get here in time. We have a huge advantage, and the best part about that, you only have to invest one of the alts.
फिर दिन में AGL गेल था
तेरे बोलने से नहीं होता ना मेरे बोलने से होता है
AGL के खड़ा था मैं फिर AGL हार गई फिर TH जीत गई फिर NS के लिए खड़ा हूं मैं NS पहला राउंड जीती मेरे को लगा मैं जीत जाएगी NS फिर दूसरे मैच में देखी मैंने हालत मतलब मैं कुछ ज्यादा है वो
Hyper dead but fast on their heels is all of NongShim. This is all 4 players.
ये बताइए पहले वो 4-5 बंदे जो प्रीमियर खेल के प्रीमियर खेला है प्रीमियर से बनी है टीम है
NongShim now get ready to storm their way forward onto the site, and Trenton Alley is going to be caught. Leap now zoned a world away. Having to rescale, but the Seas will connect. The spam able to find him. Dambi shuts it down, drops the pit. Xross will drop Jogamo.
इनका देखता तो मतलब मोटा ही चढ़ के
कौन रहा है अटैक
Similar scenes. Both of these maps where
अटैक कर रही है G2 डिफेंस कर रही है क्या बोलते NS
Well, this is just an unbelievably explosive retake. Ivy just in an awful position. That's a huge win there off the rip of his ult from Xross. The fact that he's able to get that opening duel allows him to keep creating space, and all of a sudden, that pit that should be a safety net for you becomes a prison.
देख जो डिफेंस वाला है ना
And they just get absolutely bullied out of it.
अरे देख स्पाइक देख कहाँ पर है स्पाइक कहाँ है स्पाइक स्काई के पास है स्काई जो है ना वो है G2 ट्रेंट
अरे
Dodging any punish.
जो रेड में है ना भी टीम वो होती है तेरी अटैक में तो स्पाइक देख स्पाइक का लोगो लग स्काई के ऊपर आ रहा है
G2 able to get themselves into fairly entrenched positions.
Yes.
And they hold it with the weaker buy. Jogamo going to be forced having to drop back, but Sun is out of the both of these players. Comes out of top. Leaf is found too. Baby Make gets one as well.
ये क्या था?
And now suddenly in the blink of an eye, it is just Ivy.
ओ भाई नियॉन के साथ हुआ पूरा.
Finds the first, but needs so much more.
सेव करेगा देखिए.
Re-clear into heaven, and he will just abandon the hope of a clutch. Will back away, and G2 will find a massive, monstrous round win to get up to 3.
Yeah, they're able to just punch right back. I mean, this time, NongShim tries to go for a more spread retake, trying to clear some space over at the bottom of the ramp, and Leaf is tucked in, having none of it. You got 2 kills there, and it's just a great coordination with the utility. The flash was in there, the saturate, everything you needed from G2 was perfectly placed. It's absolutely lights out.
All 3 players carrying weapons in.
इसने अपने आप को कर दिया गैस टर्न नियॉन ने.
Wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight, to stay alive.
You got to be a little bit more
दाम भी अब खत्म हो गया क्या?
thoughtful on those retakes on A if you're NongShim, but G2 just give them enough time. So quick, get into those well-disciplined post plants.
मैं देख के तो नहीं करते हैं. क्या करते हैं?
You know we're going to be very well drilled.
ओ भाई मैं ए पे खेलता हूँ पता लगा जितना खेलता हूँ
लाइनअप फेड के.
No punish available.
डिफेंस अटैक देखूंगा मैं इसका अटैक में क्या करती है डिफेंस मेरे को पता है डिफेंस में ठीक करता हूँ इसमें.
Attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick of damage on either side.
See how hungry NongShim is to try to put the pressure onto G2, but G2 gonna match. Actually overstack here. Francis has to start backpedaling.
Maybe Bay can push this issue because he has that refract available, but now we'll just let that one expire. G2 gets a very aggressive push up in towards this B heaven. Once again, so much util, so many bullets expended from both sides, and no one is taking any damage. Just painting pictures around each other, and finally we'll have our first little bit there as Francis. Let's just end up eating 1 bullet. Meanwhile, the spike's starting to get ushered up into A main.
His Jog's already down to his last clip.
DP check, but Jogamo backstabs, continuing to scale, intercepts Xross, finds that elimination. Downby here though, to try to hold this line, has the overdrive, and the time has gone away from them. This has just been such a heavy investment. As maybe they up and over the top, eventually he's going to be able to find Downby. The plant now going to be coming through as Jogamo finds Ivy, and they can stick this. Very much limit testing here, RG2, but they're getting away with it as RB finding Jogamo, and able to win out that fight. But now he's got to do it all. Swing out of this. That's unbelievable! RB has had such a quiet performance this whole series through. But what a time to come alive!
I mean, there has been some of the nastiest spray transfers today from NongShim. So from Ivy earlier this time, it's RB's turn. I thought this was curtains. I mean, you get the backstab, you get the sight, you get the clear, you get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for NongShim, a complete change of momentum, but RB
और ये दम में गिरा देखा कैसे
is one of his best.
We've
seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
Absolutely insane. That's one of those ones that if you're G2 again, you're going to be kicking yourself so much over. More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset. Can they recover from here? NongShim now up to 6. The entry again. Attempted from BabyBay has to take the refract out instantly. RB just ushered forward by the paint shell.
I love here for RB that he's like, I'm going to make sure that I have the paranoia in hand on this B execute this time. Because last time I got caught trying to swap and BabyBay did me in. This time he plays it much more disciplined. Again, you clear that dog, but G2 is just sending that more to keep attention onto that side and to see if they can get an isolated fight. Xross is going to slide over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
Yeah, it really did, but RB still going to be good for one. Looks for a little bit more, cannot find it. It looks like, again, that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit. Weapons now going to be recovered. The heels pushed out. Jogamo back up towards full, but now taken down. Ivy from on high, able to find that kill. The slide in, and Domby will get it done. Barrel stuck for the transfer. Narrowly scrapes by. NongShim now securing a lead and looking to balloon it up.
God, again, another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been able to shrug off that previous clutch from RB. A really well-coordinated execute. Good crossfires available, but this time it's Domby. Slides in, gets the 2K. Tread's trying to figure out where the hell he went. Can't lock on in time.
Just back-to-back rounds like that. Sure, this one a little less egregious compared to the previous, but you absolutely need to call this timeout now.
Yeah, you need to settle it down.
This has been slipping. You have to stop it.
G2 ने timeout ले लिया पहले.
I mean, at the very least, you got to find a way to
अब 2 round है
take that confidence away from NongShim and get in there as Josh and reinvigorate your team.
हाँ 2 round है. Sorry 2 round है.
Those are 2 heartbreakers in a row where you had real shots to win a round, put yourself in real good positions. Made some nice adjustments there, you know, compared to previously for G2. They kind of outplayed RB again. I mean, they've been doing a great job on whoever it is, RB or Ivy or whoever's trying to hold that B main execute entrance. They have completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds. You know, at least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The haunt. It's not going to be cleared this time. G2 just opts to hide. Trying to obscure Numbers' presence.
We'll be making a decent amount of noise as he's again connecting here on to BabyBay.
इस टाइम पे ना रेज होनी चाहिए थी मिड अगर रेज होती नहीं यार.
You want to get that showstopper.
अल्ट मार के जो किल होने थे रेज.
Maybe could just lead with the Seekers. There. Then Jogamo's in a position where he can double blast pack up and punish right behind the cabbages. There we go.
There it is. 1-2, Prowler will be able to get the blind out though, and that showstopper not going to be doing a damn thing. Francis is going to have to just drop away on the rope, fully blinded up. Meanwhile, Xraw scaling forward. It's going to be good for one. Triple can take it down, but BabyBay is there for the trade. Now out from Garage, able to find one. It's Francis completely saturated up, and BabyBay
CT.
Francis, however, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes. Just down be left in a 1v3. G2 should have this one wrapped up.
कपिल बता क्या लगता था को निकाल देगा दाम भी.
This would be even more heartbreaking.
If it could happen 3 times in a row, yeah, I think that you'd just be mentally checked out. But G2 will be able to stabilize. Your player surviving going to be key this last round to carry over these weapons. We're going to make this a 7-5 half.
Did have to invest a lot of bolts here, I mean, I think that's exactly why Josh RT wanted to call that timeout to make sure that this is a guaranteed round.
Yeah.
Knew how important it was, knew what they had in their investment, wanted to get the most out of the portfolio, but it's going to be a lot of stingers here for NongShim. So on top of getting that round, you also find NongShim with no economy to speak of. Xross, the only one with a rifle, does have his ult as well. So run it back. In play. No, G2 very much worried that maybe there might be a set idea off the initial start of the round here to maybe try to get that run it back to find some value, but instead, NongShim going to keep it close to the vest. They too, with just those stingers, want to tuck in and try to find those close quarters fights.
High-low setup at ramp, but will be abandoned.
मिलेगा इन्हें को चांस क्लोज रेंज तक पहुंचने का.
Leaf scaling in that direction, but X-Ross with that Phantom. Able to find
Oh,
Jogamo. There's a big body for Leaf as well. Just caught going on a walkabout. Valon now tries to be in the back of sight, but here's RB, shuts that down. The up and over, the plant on the feet, the flash is going to be good, and Baby Bay will be able to find it. Run it back immediately, eliminated.
एक हो गया RB.
Snapping X-Ross back, is the Molly going to be invested, disrupting the plant for now.
3v4.
Gun switch करी इन्होंने. Now in play,
दो बंदों को चाहिए
for NongShim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the hands of Dambi.
एक और गन चाहिए. Dambi क्या चल रहे हैं?
Just need Francis to maintain having control here. And
it's out. Backpedal. Here from Valon, trying to get to a safer spot. It's going to be good for the one, but Ivy now.
Omen.
Third. The swarm out.
Nice.
He's looking for that transfer of his own, but X-Ross will deny.
Nice.
The diffuser come in, and NongShim set themselves up with a 4-round lead at the half.
It was a wild half, to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again, I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds, just like on Sunset.
They took the pistol, but then they dropped that anti-eco.
Right.
And it really starts to unravel from there.
महंगी स्किन लेंगे.
अरे यहाँ तो इनके देखो अलग-अलग रिकॉन है
The
इनके
fact that you get 4 almost feels
गाया है चैंपियंस हैं
good
तेरे
in
पास.
some ways and bad in others is G2 because yeah, like you're talking about, you lose that eco, you
चैंपियन
lose a
ले
couple of those
लेता मैं अगर
clutches,
मेरे पास उस टाइम होते.
but despite all that, you're still very much in
चैंपियंस
this
महंगी
map.
नहीं थी तो.
And you would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid on their defender's side. You never know. NongShim, that's a team that if their executes are on point, if their coordination is on point, sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers, it can be really tough. Now, I do like the moments I saw with the Waylay and the Sky to really slow down some of those retakes. You're getting a lot more of that here on this defender side as G2.
8-4 हुआ है ना 8-4
This is
हुआ.
one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts. Been in this position before. Granted, you know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against NongShim RedForce, but you got to this split, and it got away from you. Having those thoughts seep back in, it could absolutely be their undoing.
The what ifs, absolutely.
G2 Faithful going to be looking and hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
Well, and considering how well it's gone for America's, yeah, I know what you mean. But how well so far EWC has gone for America's against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
No, for sure. All needs to start from here. See if they can get right back into this. Another pistol, not dropping the anti-eco. G2 will be off to the races. Exactly what the G2 fans want to be seeing.
देखते हैं पहला पिस्टल राउंड कौन निकालता है.
Shanks, if you haven't taken the jersey off yet, you better do so.
क्या लग रहा है कौन निकालेगा? G2 या NS?
NS निकाल सकती है.
Burn that thing, bro.
जितना मुझे लग रहा है अभी. पर पिछले मैच में NS ने आ रहा भी है. पिस्टल राउंड.
Noses here. I mean, they have a good read there, but the saturate.
Dambi still going to be going for the slide, trying to get that point-blank shot, but they'll get pushed over. Meanwhile, Jogamo able to find X-Ross with 2 for 2. As looks to settle, but Jogamo's looking for a little bit more, and he absolutely oversteps.
That's tough.
Damage suffered as well as Valon. Down to 15.
वो नहीं कर पाएगा पिक अब.
With a bandit.
He's got to do everything, it feels like. Maybe if he causes enough of a distraction, kills a couple players. Valon could collect something, but Leaf, gun barrel, maybe not being registered there by Francis, but he'll just peek in, finds Valon. Oh, it's instantaneous with the right click.
देखो कपिल
The
क्या बोला है भाई
hopes
ने
start to fade even further as NongShim get themselves their first pistol here on split, move up 9-4.
I'm already feeling a buy up here for G2. I think this is a great spot to grab some of those stingers and do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard. If they're not anticipating it, I guess they're not going to go for it. I would have loved to have seen it here.
From the defender side, it's always all the more risky. But I'm right there with you. I think that a curveball like that might just be enough to try to catch NongShim off guard.
तुझे क्या लगता है जब फेड के ना उसमें फंसता है ना कोई तो उसकी साउंड आनी चाहिए कोई फंसा है जैसे नेट की आवाज आती है डेडलॉक की
What's going on the
कि
map?
नेट में फंसा है कोई
And even though Ivy might drop this Marshall, but his whole plan here is to just look for a little contact.
Okay, well, Ivy not going to be able to steady that hip fire, so Giacomo, it's a weapon back, and with their teammate falling, all of NongShim are going to look to cluster on this side of the map. G2, though, want to try to re-explore mid, so they will be backpedaling a bit, but they are still very clustered on A.
Timing of this. I thought for a second G2 was just going to hold the line on A and NongShim was going to walk into the beehive, but
दिख जरा एक बार मिड में कैसे जा रहे हो
I don't think it's stung just yet. Over towards A.
खतरनाक लग रहा है देखने में
Empty site, the players now splitting, looking to re-clear through Garage and B. The bad news about to be registered. Meanwhile, RB setting up a smoke, keeping eyes trained here towards the sewers position. The swing out, they will be able to mow them both down. Ethan Baby now eliminated. I believe one of the bandits as well going to be lost.
3v4 आराम से निकल जाएगा नियॉन एक मारेगी अभी
on the corner, gets the spot.
एक तो लेके जाएगी नियॉन
Takes the fight, wins it.
एक और लेके जाएगी
Giacomo, how quick, how accurate can he be with this Marshall? Needs to be clean. No, the bandit instead. We'll be able to take him down, but both have suffered damage. The time is starting to get away from them. This is really just a matter of can they find anything else. Giacomo needing to try to find something, but it's going to be RB with a 4K. This map is his. 10-4.
लगता है मुझे
Double
कभी
digits
GG आ
now
रहा है
hit.
GG आ रहा है GG आ रहा है NS के लिए गाइस जो लाइक and subscribe guys like and
I get a bit
subscribe
worried in the middle of this round for NongShim where off of losing
अगर
Ivy they
G2 अगर हार
might
गई
make the
तो
wrong
लोअर
read,
ब्रैकेट
but
भी जाएगी
they actually take just long enough to pivot over to
लोअर
the A
ब्रैकेट में
side
फिर
that
उनसे
G2
लड़ेगी
instead
जो
thinks that they're going
पिछले
B for
AGL
sure.
AGL से
Turns
कौन
out to
सी
not be the
है
case, but RB
दूसरी
there
कौन सी थी
lucky to not take more damage.
एक तो मैं
Only down
टीम
to
के मैच
86
भूल गया
health
आज कौन कौन सी
in
है
that 2K, even though it looked a little
पेपर एक्स
unsturdy.
से भी
And it's
तो
Dombi
हो सकता है कि
maybe off
पेपर
to the
एक्स से नहीं
races.
होगा
Valen trying to deny.
ग्रुप आज के
Thought
ग्रुप
about the
में
paranoia. They're just going to use the
अच्छा
prowler.
अच्छा
And
अच्छा अच्छा
NongShim didn't get the look that
हर
they
एक ग्रुप
liked.
का लोअर ब्रैकेट
Ivy
होगा
can be identified.
फिर उसके बाद
Maybe
अपर
Bay.
ब्रैकेट के साथ लड़ेगी वो ठीक है
Get out of there. The saturate is
फिर
in.
उसके बाद होगा
We'll see
5
people
तारीख तक
find
है
one.
अभी
Meanwhile,
जो
lead back over to mid, able to get rid of
असली
Dombi.
EWC है वो 8 तारीख से
Points on their
स्टार्ट
side,
ओपन
eliminated.
सेरेमनी होगी
RB
जिसकी
still alive and well though.
समझा तू क्या बोल रहा हूँ
वो तो मैं समझ गया ना बट यहाँ पे 4v3 चला हुआ है मैं वो
They
देखता हूँ
weren't looking on their flanks, so convinced that they can just keep their eyes forward and X-Ross. My
मैं
goodness.
3v3 कर दिया तेरे लिए
Swooping
मेरी टीम
forward,
ने
doesn't have any util to try to go for the heal here.
ओमन कैसे बैठा है ओमन हट
RB
जा स्मोक
just
हटेगा
tucked
तू
in
मरेगा
alongside the smoke. If he goes pushing, Valen should absolutely have him dead.
सामने देख
Gonna start to
सामने
scale up,
सामने देख
but hasn't quite gotten that spot out yet. Now will do so. Paranoia going to be sent, but only connects onto the enemy Omen. Meanwhile, Giacomo looking to try to fast swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence. He situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Valen going to be able to find the one. Giacomo now backstabbing, cleans up the enemy Omen.
RB there tried to sell a fake
when we
rotate.
do where
Little did he know.
It's all down to Francis here.
ये मरा देखियो
Swing in.
Ooh.
Francis just locks on.
ओह
He's managed to isolate this down. A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out.
अरे
Trent
नहीं भाई
from the rafter will be able to win this round, but good lord, what a conversion attempt here from NongShim. Again, it's so very close, but it will be G2 persevering for another round.
Yeah, this is a very tricky round to navigate for G2, and they do a pretty good job of it overall. NongShim's trying to throw a lot of unusual ideas, and you have some, I guess I'll call them unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto the Baby Bay after being saturated. That right there, freaking nasty. But Trent's there with a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier is the good news is a lot of those early kills for NongShim went into RB's hands. So you don't have that run it back yet. You don't have one of those bigger ults that could be a real problem, whereas you have a showstopper with a weaker buy. So you've got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden start gaining some momentum. Start turning the tables onto NongShim. See if they can get it to go. We'll get some confirmation on that Prowler, and that means NongShim, especially with that Boombot there, no way you're going into mid now.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well. No contact off the Boombot, so Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
Honestly, I'd love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exec and RB likely to TP into the back of sight.
Exactly.
Okay, but no, a bit of a pump fake because they're going to rescale into mid.
And they didn't like the reaction. The delay there from the Viper felt a little too quick.
Paranoia going to be baited out for that Prowler. Oh, the kid, the Baby Bay going to be dead.
But feed guy वाला scene दिखाया नहीं इन्होंने यार.
Everyone from NongShim is right here at home on this site, and Leaf forcibly evacuated as Ivy. It's the headshot, John now all the more pressure on that showstopper to be able to deliver as Trent comes away with a second, gets it back into a 3v3, and suddenly G2 stocks looking a hell of a lot healthier.
Feedback.
Showstopper, you would think is good for at least one.
Needs to find him. Back of map. The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no. X-Ross barely taking any damage. Francis just lowering in the back. Drives the knife into Valen. As NongShim now up to 11. G2 trailing by 6.
देखा मैं.
It took a while to get there, but eventually NongShim's able to find that A execute that they were fishing for towards the beginning part of the round. Ivy again really clean, but then Trent answers back and you think there's hope, but there's that extra layer on the backside. The showstopper from Jog can't find success even though he's got an opportunity. X-Ross gives him the chance. X-Ross challenges him. Still can't quite get it done.
कपिल ने जानबूझ के G2 को वोट किया है. मां का शर्म होनी चाहिए कपिल.
Has to be taken. G2 on the ropes.
G2 को वोट किया तो ने फिर से अपने अकाउंट
bloodied and bruised. The KO punch. Seemingly in the wind up.
5 वोट हो गए मेरे उस पे. कैसे हुए? 4 तो थे पहले, 5 तो नहीं किया अभी.
I don't know. It just seems like there's some good ideas from G2, but when it comes down to some of these late round micro executions, that's where they're getting beat. Like the individual kind of step up moments lean NongShim's way more often than not.
When people call them hero plays, but hero plays have to be allowed.
लिखने से क्या जाता है? वोट तो वो G2 को कर रहा है.
NongShim, they're gonna make those moments happen.
वो तो मैंने NS के फेवर में किया ना कि हाँ मैं
That's exactly what G2
को डालूंगा तो NS जीतेगी.
Thrifty here. Deny NongShim from getting up to match point.
It's such a scary round. As G2 obviously winning the Thrifty be amazing, but if you could get the Nightfall out here, or if you could get the run it back out from X-Ross, that's kind of a win too, because if they could keep both of those ults going into the decider, into the match point round, that sucks. Just to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So that's...
Sometimes blunt is better.
That's exactly it. I mean, I'm not the type to beat around the bush. Tell it to you straight.
को तो हम साइट में घुस गया होते हैं देखा ना.
अरे इंडिया में देख रहा हूँ ना. इंडिया ने अभी ना सिर्फ 2 ही बंदे हैं इंडिया के जो बंदे भी लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं इसका मतलब. एक मैं हूँ और एक और बंदा है. बाकी बार के फॉरनर हैं. वॉचिंग ही नहीं है माँ कसम से. उस बंदे की 52 की वॉचिंग है. मेरी तो चल क्या ही वॉचिंग होगी ना.
practice with those snipers paying dividends as Valen will get taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The Cade down around the corner. Swings out, is able to find the one, but nothing more. The rephase for Dombi, overstepping a bit, but the team is there to back him up. As the dust will settle and it's just allowed to recover some weapons here in mid. He has to be the one to get this over the line to clutch up, to bail them out and deny this match point from going into NongShim's hands.
ऐसे नहीं वो Messi वाला नहीं होता I'm gonna baby.
Time, there's an opportunity.
They're just scattered to the winds.
Baby driver.
Easy to isolate, hard to read where they're going to be coming from.
वो भी खतरनाक मूवी है.
First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate.
ये वाली baby खतरनाक है कि
quick
नहीं है.
exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer. Baby able to find the one, but that costs him life. That costs him time.
अब तो
He just doesn't have enough of it. Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner.
Time नहीं रहा.
Nothing more to be done. That's the money for the buy, so we'll just go down. Could have just held on to it. But that is now the 12th round found for NongShim.
It's scary.
भाई सही में.
Nice shot from Dombi.
Buy के लिए तो
Dog able to at least get some value here. He hit. Nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay going to be one away from the convergent paths. Yeah, Trent does have his ult. Xross does have his. I mean, NongShim didn't even consider saving their Nightfall. They just went for it, Baby Bay. Oh, that's a seize.
It is, but it's going to be Valen with covering fire. Able to find it. Tommy in the back, but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis. Makes it a 1-for-1. That convergent pass now out of the equation.
Oh, that's kind of a weird angle to have that flash hit you. They're not going to be ready for him.
Exos now storming his way forward with that ult. Paint Shell will be able to snap him back. Exec denied. Meanwhile, Ivy worked all the way forward. Trent will be able to win the fight. Tagged down to 5, but still alive, still fighting here for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from
3v3
Heads up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps, going to be heard. Not sure if there's going to be a second layer on the approach from Sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this round to an end. Strikes out as Xross will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner. The spike, however, in his hands, needs to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant. Seekers now. The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back, the paranoia to fly. Jogamo fully blinded up. Leaf, however, has his vision. Has RB in his sights. G2 able to win out another round, getting up to 6, but 6 is how many more they will need if they want to push this into overtime like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure, going all the way over to get the op. Gonna make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round. Okay, I mean, I think you can get a couple more here as G2. The ult cycle gonna be in your favor. You're getting close to another showstopper. You've already got a convergent paths. There's a chance here. You can set NongShim back onto an eco, get a few more, and then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4.
अगर वाइपर ने मार दिया था वेली को ना टाइम पे
This time,
तब था भाई
NongShim kind of getting lost in the sauce. A lot of big contact fights won. A good trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen, and they're able to hold the line and take Dombi down. Then this time you have the pit available. Oh my god.
They also have an overdrive and a very fast attempt at this hit from NongShim, but they're going to be rerouted. Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
It's actually pretty painful for NongShim. I think, again, a little bit too eager to use these powerful ults early in the rounds that don't really find enough value.
Dombi again continuing to try to sprint forward. The paranoia to try to hold them at bay, but no. Valen going to be caught, but Jogamo and Leaf one apiece. Get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf finds a second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, oh, it ends up being rough, but Ivy able to find him with that molly on the floor. Immediately brings this now into a 1v1.
1v1 by 1v1.
Drop down, the drift across, the spike is still the opposite side of the pillar.
नहीं सिटी से पड़ेगी अगर पड़ेगी.
So uncomfortable for Ivy. No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is. But he has the pit.
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by that saturate. The classic shots not connecting the tap of the plant. Baby Bay. Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it. And Ivy snaps on for another clutch and another victory over G2.
That was wild. I mean, I guess it's fitting in a way that it ends like that for NongShim, because that was kind of the story of that split. Just some incredible individual efforts to win some of those big rounds, those very important swing rounds. Somehow, some way, they've done it. And this time, split for NongShim is very clean.
NongShim looking to be the guiding light for Pacific here at the event, where the rest of the teams have been on struggle street. They once again managed to come out on top, this time in significantly cleaner fashion.
कपिल बस अगली बार याद रखियो एनएसबी एक टीम है वहां का.
This time,
जब
significantly cleaner. But everyone had their moments. The transfers from RB, from Dambi, from Extros, the op shots from Francis when he took it in hand.
top 2% पे था उस
time. Effort at the end of the day.
इस बार की पिकम्स में.
As NongShim RedForce will stay afloat. No
वो तो
losses
PaperX
quite
में
just
PaperX
yet.
हार गई भाई
Now have a
मोटी
rematch with
गंदी
XLG,
लेवल
but we'll leave that for the
वरना
analysts
top
to
1
break
में आ
down.
जाता.
Thank you very much, guys, as it is NongShim RedForce continuing the woes internationally for G2 with a 2-1 victory, closing out split with an exclamation point. A fantastic victory here for the Pacific squad, because Pacific had been 0-3 up to that point. PaperX not get the job done. RRQ not get the job done. Global not looking good at all, but it is NongShim RedForce getting it over the line here for the Pacific teams, as Digon here alongside Kakuka in big time, and NongShim RedForce. Ivy is the one leading that line.
Don't let them say I ever doubted. I always believed. I was always believing in NongShim, even after they lost the map too. It's okay, but they get the job done on split. I thought they looked very, very comfortable here. Very dominant throughout for me. I think for G2, I like that they're trying to do the double duelist. It's definitely in keeping with the meta, but is it in keeping with their own style? That's the question here. NongShim, I think they did exactly what they did best. They were able to be aggressive. Dambi, X-Ross to back him up, and then support players had big days today. Ivy was unbelievable. RB in that map 3 really had his moments as well. So a really great opener here for NongShim.
So as the casters were saying, this is the map that was also the last map in the last time that these two teams played against each other there in Chile. And at the end of the day, it was an overtime win, you know, like a 14-12. So you're always in the back of your mind thinking that could have literally changed and altered the outcome and the entirety of the tournament if it was that close. How much of a margin there was. And now that we see in that progression and we see how dominant NongShim was right now, finally got our answer.
Yeah, again, a fantastic run here by NongShim, not leaving any doubt. So there isn't like, oh, I wonder if that one would have gone either way. And for more insight on that, we will have an interview in just a little bit with Ginny and Ivy of NongShim
we have to.
RedForce,
Good choice.
who had himself a great, great day.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ivy is a true backbone member of this team. I think he's always consistently able to perform when he needs to at the best. I think when you talk about those supportive agents on those Sentinels, things like that, he truly excels. He's a sort of unsung hero here. I think almost everyone on NongShim is. Dambi gets that spotlight a lot. He's the guy. He's that fast, high-powered Neon, but he can only do that because he's so well enabled.
All right. Now we're ready to send it on over to Ginny with translations by Maddox with NongShim's Ivy.
Thank you for that full-length intro, Digon. Ivy, you had an amazing game individually today. In general, you guys really put forward a great performance. I would love to ask about if you noticed anything different with G2, considering some of the changes that they have made with the roles in the game that you played today.
아이비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 오늘 정말 멋진 경기 보여주셨는데, 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 G2를 산티아고에서 한번 상대해 보셨잖아요. 그래서 산티아고에서 상대했을 때보다 좀 G2가 달라진 게 있다면 좀 어떤 것들이 좀 많이 달라졌는지 좀 궁금합니다. 달라졌다고 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
일단 첫 번째로 그 조그모가 KO를 하고 베이비베이가 네온을 하는 거에서 좀 놀랐고요. 근데 이제 그럼에도 불구하고
Language barrier
G2의
देख.
그 전형적인 플레이 스타일이나 이런 거는 그대로 가는 것 같아가지고 이번에도 저희가 좀 그거를 파괴해서 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was surprised by the
तो
Breeze
सोचे के
comp,
बाद
obviously, like Jogama playing the KO and Baby Bay playing the Neon. But obviously, besides that, I think the overall
तो फिर
play style of
इस
G2
पे
stayed
देख
the
भी रहे थे
same. So
मतलब
I
ये
think that's the
अपने
reason why we could
साउथ
just
कोरियन
counter it
मतलब जो भी है
and take a
जिसमें
win.
जिसमें
And
बात
the
कर
win you
रहा है
got
ना
indeed, which is great. Last time there
तो
was a
अपनी
rematch
उसमें
between you guys
ओरिजिनल
and
जो
Santiago.
मदर लैंग्वेज है
But in
उसमें कर रहा है
general, when
मदर
it comes
टंग
to
मतलब
preparing for an international event, which also
अगर
that was
हमारा
your
कोई होता
last
तो वो
one,
इंग्लिश में
what
ट्राई
went
करता बोलने
into
की
this one specifically?
이제 산티아고가 아무래도 좀 마지막
और वो
국제전이었다
हिंदी में बात कर
보니까
रहा था
그래도
उसकी
좀
बेइज्जती
텀이
कर
좀
देते
길었는데
हैं
어느 정도. 그래서 이제 다음 국제전을 준비하시기에 앞서서 좀 어떻게 준비 과정이 있으셨는지
पर
궁금합니다.
तो अब क्या बोलना कुछ नहीं बोल
일단
सकते इस
항상
चीज से
준비하던 대로
रिलेटेड
똑같이 준비를 했던 것 같고 딱히 막 저희가 국제전이랑 그 뭐 지역 리그랑 이런 거에 대해서 준비하는 거에 대해서 차별을 딱히 하고 있지 않기 때문에 그냥 평소랑 똑같이 준비하고 연습하고 했던 것 같아요.
Our preparations has been the same as usual. It's just like we don't discriminate the prep process between the international LAN or
ये तो
the
है कपिल सुन
regionals. So yeah, I think
इसके लिए
overall
तो
our
इंग्लिश ऐसे
mindset and
एलियन की
overall
भाषा होनी
preparations just
क्या
stay
बोल
the
रहे
same.
हैं अगर से मतलब
And
ऐसे
tomorrow, your next opponent is going to be Gentlemates because they won. They are on home soil in Paris. They want to make
ये
it
तो
to
अपना
play
की
in front
मुंडी
of
ला
the
रहा है कि
Paris
चल रहा
fans.
दे देता
You
हूँ
have a
थोड़ी सी
chance
इज्जत है
to
वो
potentially knock
कोरियन
them into the
कल्चर
lower bracket. How
नहीं
does
मतलब
that
इतना
feel?
नहीं है मतलब हल्का
이제
फुल्का तो
다음
पता है
상대로 이제 젠틀메이트를
पेरिस
만나게
पूरिस तो
되셨는데
समझता ही होगा भाई
아무래도 이
हाँ
프랑스 연고 팀이다 보니까 또 홈 팬들의
ये वही
또
है ना मास्टर्स पेरिस
엄청난
की वो है ट्रॉफी के
또
लिए
지지를 또 받는 팀이다 보니까 좀 상대하기가 조금
नहीं नहीं
벅찰
ये
수도
नहीं है
있으실 것
ये
같은데
esports वर्ल्ड
좀
कप है
다음
कपिल
상대에 대해서 좀 어떻게
वेलोरेंट
생각하시고 어떻게 준비를 하실지 궁금합니다.
वेलोरेंट का स्पोर्ट्स
일단
अलग है और ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप
젠틀메이트가
अलग है
프랑스 팀이어가지고 여기 팬이 되게 많잖아요. 약간 이제 근데 저희는
नहीं यार
그 팬들을
T1 किस
저희가
पे है
다
तो
뺏는다는 마인드로 게임을 하고 있기
T1 नहीं है
때문에
इसमें
그냥
तो
그대로
किस पे
갈 것
है वही
같고
पूछ रहा हूँ
그냥 젠틀메이트 상대로
T1
준비
का क्या
딱히
होगा
그냥
T1 का क्या होगा
하던
मेरे को समझ
대로
नहीं आया
할
मैं
것
क्या
같아요. 그냥 산티아고 기억
क्या
다시
बोलना
나게
चाहता था
해줘야죠.
T1 किस
Well,
पे
our
है
overall preparations will
EWC पे
remain the
है
same. I
कि
mean, we've been
वेलोरेंट
having a
पे
great
है
run, and
T1
we
मतलब
beating
इसमें ना
Santiago, so
क्वालिफाई करके
we'll
आए
make
बंदे
them
यहाँ
remind
पर
of that
जो जीत के
loss.
आए मतलब
अच्छा
अलग
अच्छा
अलग
And
अलग अलग वो
overall,
जैसे
their
मतलब
crowd is
तो
actually
T1 जीतती
very
का है
energetic, and we know about that. But that being
ओके
said,
ओके ओके
we're
ओके
ready to turn their crowd into ours.
Oh, I like that, Ivy, the dream crusher coming through. But one final thing, Maddox, you highlighted
अगर
earlier
पेपर
today
एक्स
that
आई है
it
ना
was the
तो
birthday
इसमें
of
वो
their
भी था
coach. Do you want to say happy birthday?
이제 제가 이제 말씀드렸을 때
레바이튼?
시카논 감독님이 오늘
레바이튼이
생일이라고 하셔가지고
레바이튼이
제가
있으면
말씀드렸거든요. 그래서
रुक जा
시카논
शेड्यूल
감독님께 생일 축하한다고 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
생일 축하드립니다.
एक चीज
선물은
दिखाता
제
था मैं
캐리입니다.
Yeah, happy birthday. The birthday present is my performance.
Oh, okay. Well, birthday buff came through for you guys. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. Thank you so much for your time. And Digon, take it away.
That's right. 생일 축하합니다. Happy birthday, Coach NongShim, getting the job done, getting the victory here over the America's champions as NongShim RedForce will face Gentlemates after a grueling split here that went a little bit back and forth later on, but ultimately the way of NongShim.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they were the stronger team.
देख कपिल मेरे स्क्रीन देखा देख इधर देखिए जो क्वालिफायर है ना देख यहाँ पर ये हुए थे देख जहाँ जहाँ से क्वालिफाई करके आए ना बंदे वो बंदे पार्टिसिपेट करें हैं इसमें शायद ऐसा है कुछ दिख रहे तुझे
इसमें तो T1 भी होगी ना किसी उसमें बस और लेवाइथन भी होगी बस उन्होंने क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाया वो वही बात है
वो भी बोल सकता है तू अब जैसे ये है ना अब चला है ये ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर भी कंप्लीट हो गया मतलब ये ऐसा करके कुछ यहाँ पर आया है
हाँ समझ गया हूँ ये तो
Swifter from that.
Yeah, I think this match now between NongShim and Gentlemates will be so defining because it's actually quite different from their match in Santiago. That was prime Yoru meta. Both of these were teams that really used that Yoru a lot. You know, NongShim lifting that trophy, Francis played it every single map. Martine was doing exactly the same thing on the other side. So it's a different landscape when they match up again. And not only that, it's here in Paris. So I think Gentlemates will be feeling good.
I think on the opposite side, it feels like it was written in fate to have XLG and G2 once put into the same group, meet again in the group.
Oh.
But also, it's an elimination match. There is no leeway here for either one of these squads who I think their fan bases would imagine underperformed to expectation given the fact that both these squads were just over at London.
Yeah, the crazy thing is also that if I'm not mistaken, I've worked a couple of events, we will have the elimination matches before the ones that have gone 1-0. So not only they get a day to rest and be like, okay, this is the approach that we are going to get, the couple next days are going to be incredibly exciting.
Yeah, so it will be the eliminations on Sunday. In 2 days, we'll have those matches there for you. Again, a big victory for NongShim RedForce over G2 here in our final match, opening match of the group stages. Now, everyone has played one so far, which leads us to our Crunchyroll story moment. What is the biggest story of the group stage so far? We've got our matches in the books.
I have one.
Kuka, you
EMEA
can
on
go
top.
first.
We won everything. EMEA.
Of course, that's what you'll say.
EMEA. It has to sting when it's not you.
You know
it doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen often.
That's
but there is
true.
something about EWC that it's us, you know?
I have to agree with you. I think EMEA have come out swinging. Only KC losing there, but they really didn't have a choice. They lost to Vitality, which was also EMEA, so they won everything they could here. They were in a fantastic position.
कल दो मैच हैं BBL और 100 Thieves के और NRG versus Team Vitality. कौन सा देखना चाहिए कल? एक ही मैच देखना है.
Is that last year I asked for no EMEA versus EMEA once we made it out of groups, and I got it twice. So if that happens, please, can we have some leeway? Come on, we're here in Paris. It is time to have the EMEA teams.
You
must
cannibalize yourself.
Right now.
मैं कल और परसों का मैच देखूंगा.
I mean, it's pretty difficult given
Lower
how
bracket
successful
देखूंगा
the EMEA groups have been, or the EMEA
क्या
teams
बोलता
have been. So with 5 of them there, 8 slots available, team kill, region kill might happen here.
I'm going to be serious now, all jokes aside, because, you know, love having fun with you guys. But for EMEA, it's been a couple very rough years. We haven't won anything in a very long time. Our stonks are going down. Even if Fina has put us last for some reason, I guess like results don't matter. But in all seriousness, I feel like our teams have been one step back for far too long, and at some point we have to catch up, or you know, our team would die.
Lower bracket के देखूंगा मैं मैच. Upper bracket के देखूंगा.
Story so far here, big time.
I mean, I think for me, if I cast my mind back, I still think that BBL versus EDG game was really fantastic. There's a lot of story there between both of those teams, and I think BBL being able to pull off that upset and looking so comfortable and confident, I think they've made me very, very excited about that. EDG now looking like they're moving down towards that lowest. That gets scary for them there.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing up BBL because that leads us to tomorrow's matches here on the A stream. It kicks off with 100 Thieves versus BBL for the qualification match. You win that, you're one seed moving on into the bracket stage, and then it is a huge one in our second series of the day tomorrow on the A stream. It is Paper Rex and Carmine Corp.
क्या नाम है इस बंदे का?
It's crazy that Paper Rex finds themselves in the elimination match.
इसके स्ट्रीम कर पीछे ना ओरिजिनल वाली उसमें आ जाएगा इसका नाम.
You won't want to miss it. It all starts at 1 p.m. tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at EWC, thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back with Day 3's actions of Group A and Group B matches. See you later.
डीकॉन करके कुछ डीकॉन करके क्या है रुक जा
डी है इसका नाम ना। डी को देखते हैं अब। अमेरिका ही लिखा है इसमें। नेशनैलिटी अमेरिका बता रहा है। हाँ चल ठीक है।